pushed forward towards the spike and was like, wait, he's still not dead? And then just gets taken down by the sheriff. Ruts out here. Now it's going to be revenge for Reformed as he takes down EU.
Oh my
but that res.
Aaron, backside, trying to work in. The rest of the team died way too quickly, way too easily. A bit of a problem there. The spike's been planted. And they're trying to work their way in, but there's bodies built up everywhere. Ultra doing what Ultra does best. EEIU going over the top rope. Oh, the timing here. Aaron's going to be able to sneak out from underneath him. They're not going to anticipate this. No, never mind. EU does end up dropping back down into the tuna can. Superman takes down the lead man, Ultra. That top performer who's been so good for them thus far. Again, quick shots coming out from Superman, but it's not quite enough. We do apologize there for the stream going down. It looks like it was whatever servers we were sending to was the problem. That's why I had to kill it. Unfortunately, it just like out of nowhere, drop of a hat, started dropping 40 frames per second, and it was not slowing down. I checked everything I could possibly think of on my network, and it was not on my side, so. Working now. We're fine.
RSS, though, back to the match at hand. A rough start for them, but they're slowly making their way back and clawing their way through this half. Already set up here towards A short, gathering information with those bolts.
Prepare for hellfire.
And out those smokes, EIU going to push them out of U-Haul, but the Lear going to make things a little more difficult for them to push too. It's going to be a... the showstopper gets sent flying, takes down 2. Now it's all just down to 2. EU faces a taste of his own medicine. Shot to the face from Superman with the operator. All down to Red Sea now. Looks like a round in the back here for Echo 8. Beautiful use of the ultimate there. When there's a lot of smokes down and a lot of utility down, the best thing to do is just kind of send it flying and see what sticks. And Aaron doing exactly that.
What's crazy about it is we almost never really see that many kills come out on the Raze ult at a competitive level of play. You hear that call out, you instantly run and hide. So it's all down to proper timing, and Aaron works that one masterfully. So even though we were trying to keep our eyes on Brando playing as the Reyna here on defense, it has just kind of been like it wasn't anything crazy, but it hasn't been anything terrible either. It just hasn't been anything that I would like really highlight. If anything, it's been mostly Reformed who's been playing the Cypher over on the B site. Nice shot from Superman, sticks around just a little bit. Does eat that dart coming out from the Owl drone. Gonna try and quickly throw down the ult. The ult does get there in time. It actually splits the push in half. That's the big problem. Ultra gonna get flicked on by Superman, who's still on site with that up, but can't survive any longer. EU gonna find the kill. We might see another 8-4 half. Aaron throws the nade down. Also follows up with some shots through the wall. Aaron somehow manages to disconnect one more, and all of a sudden it's back down onto Retzi again. The op, the jet. Ult is available, but the spike has not been planted. The knive's going to come out. And there's the attempt. First kill is theirs, but Aaron is there with the quick trade. Unfortunately, it's a 9-3 half coming in as Echo 8 continue strong in the first half, just like they did in the last match.
Yeah, we'll see if RSS are able to bounce back. That's kind of been the name of the game, regardless of what team we've seen them face. You know, up against Way Too French, maybe not in that much of a dominating position, but definitely in a round lead at the first half. And then RSS just swung it back around very, very quickly. That might be the case here, but a 9-3 half, things are a little bit closer to the end than RSS would have liked. And Echo 8 have to be feeling a little bit more confident about their positioning now. If they win the pistol, I think the repercussions of that put it really, really close to the end. And RSS need to play it a little bit safer here, or at least try to come out on the better half of this.
Zerg gonna throw down the ice as soon as that bomb buddy comes up. And we did lose my co-caster here for a moment. Something went wrong. Well, that's unfortunate. There we go. I'm not sure why that happened, but we're back. Having all sorts of technical issues. Something must be going on with the internet here. The internet's broken. The push coming through into the B site. Aaron's going to get at least one, make it 2 on the round. Aaron tries to go for the third, doesn't work out so well. Retsy's back behind the box. Retsy surviving as long as Retsy possibly can. The Sage is here, but Ultra's already coming in on the flank. And again with that Sheriff, this is kind of Ultra's bread and butter. Nice shot coming out on the Sheriff. It's all up to Ultra. Nice quick shot out onto Brando, but Rek is there to save the day. Another close pistol round, but it's one that goes the way of Echo 8.
Yeah, and this is where things get scary, I feel like, for RSS. You lose the pistol, and you lose it down to the 1v1. Of course, Ultra, he's got his whole team on his shoulders, and those are some strong shoulders, but he can only bench so much, you know? So it's going to be very difficult for him to, I feel like, pull his team out of this hole, and it's going to take the whole team, not just Ultra, of course, but Echo 8, they're locked and loaded with weaponry this round, but look at how RSS are preparing. They're just going to rush in together. Already the Boomba is going to come out. It's going to be a mow down from the side of Echo 8, but they'll turn some kills back and forth. Rek now going to mow him down quite handily, and a quick round, but I feel like RSS just wanted to rip off the Band-Aid and get it over quickly.
Now, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but Echo 8 is the team that's Crossfire players.
Ooh.
Now, I remembered hearing that before when talking about this team. I know specifically, I'm pretty sure Aaron really was a decent Crossfire player. That's why somebody in chat said, let's go CF team. Let's go Crossfire team. Crossfire, of course, being a little less popular in North America, way more popular in, say, like Southeast Asia, where games like that, Combat Arms. I think there's one more that I always forget, where it's a sort of, I don't want to say a knockoff Counter-Strike, but imitation Counter-Strike. Now, Ray's going to go for the ult. It's a trade, but it's a trade that really favors the attack and less so the defense, as they took down the Sage. Unfortunately, though, for the attack, it's down to just the Sage. Rek, in a 1-on-4, trying to just make it look like they ran away, potentially. Might just hide inside that smoke, dodge the owl drone for the time being. Well played. Might have a kill right on the left. Nope, just gets caught off guard. So EU going to close out the round. A 4th round for RSS. They kind of got things going in the second half of that last map. And it's kind of been the way they've played since we started watching them today. So don't count them out yet. There's still a possibility, excuse me, for a heavy push coming in here.
For them, it's going to be interesting. The double op play, we talked about it before, something that works quite well for the side of RSS, and something it's their bread and butter. But for the side of Echo 8, they just need 2 rounds. That's all they need. One for map point, and then one for the point itself. And well, you blink and you miss it. Superman making that a little bit more difficult for RSS, but Kurt gonna try to stop that bleeding.
Oh, Ultra. I like the way that Ultra has played that, running right up to the face of danger. Ultra backs off, pops the ult, knows they're all coming in. He's got support from Zerg, who's now on the back end of that one. It's reformed. Looking at what once was a promising start to the round with just pistols, completely fell apart, and Zerg's going to be waiting for that one. So Ultra really keeps things alive there as it was falling apart a little bit, and puts a 5th on the board, but it is the full buy coming out now from Echo 8. That's what you really needed to watch out for. Not going to be an AWP in play, and again, the AWP has been kind of the magical solution here for RSS in the past, usually going to the double AWP, and there you go. They are going to double AWP with Kurt and Retsy. We've seen it go Zerg and Retsy. We've seen it go EU and Retsy. It's sort of just traveling all over the team.
I'm trying to think of an analogy for Ultra, because I just feel like the rounds start getting way too chaotic, and he's the glue that kind of sticks it all back together for his team to keep it from going kind of overboard. He may really just be the captain for his team, but so far the captain needs to stop the flooding in the lower deck. Kurt already has been taken down, and that res, of course, was used in that previous round. Oh, sorry, that was the other team member.
Prepare for hellfire!
So res available, they can get that player back into play, but unfortunately behind enemy lines. And already things are going to start to break open onto this B-side. Zerg will lead that charge. Will come through. Brando taking out Ultra, the captain of the ship, has sunk. Now the rest of the team are trying to keep things alive. Orbital Strike going to try to dissuade the plant here from the spike. Before they're going to find EU. Zerg now waiting in the wings. All down to him. As Brando just taking down Redzy. And with that spike planted, Zerg has a lot of work to do. Can get a res down, but there are a lot of members here to stop that from happening.
Yeah, and they have to contend with the ult who is currently the ult that was currently active on Brando, that Reyna ult. So tough to try and stop it. 12-5. 1 round away from guaranteeing their position in the grand finals. Not all that surprising. We've seen Echo 8 in this position multiple times in the past. You mentioned it before. Echo 8 and RSS have played against each other in a grand finals. It was Echo 8 who walked away victorious. So this is a bit of a rematch, an opportunity for revenge, but it doesn't look like it's panning out so well for RSS. Echo 8 just seemed to be playing on a little bit of a different level in this second map. The first map was so close, 13-11. Really could have gone to OT, could have gone the other way. But this one, it's a balancing act right now. I like this setup here on short, but they did have Redzy there, and the Bomb Buddy totally blew up the play. Aaron quickly took out Ultra as well, the backup for Redzy. And it looks like they want to continue just pushing up short. They're going to face off against Redzy. Redzy delivers. And that'll be Aaron now who's watching from the sidelines. The Lear going to come out. The flash. There's the ult as well, the Hunter's Fury. And that's Superman getting traced perfectly by Kurt. Well played.
Wow. Yeah, now it's all up to Reformed. He's in a very difficult scenario here. Finds himself on the other end of a couple of members triangulating on his position. Up from above, it's going to be the Jet. He's still, you know, not found out just quite yet. Might make the hero play. Getting that cage back up to give him a little bit of space. Camera goes in. He'll back away, jump through connector. Now he'll very likely get that spike planted on towards that B site, but the rest of the team here on the side of RSS are going to try to capitalize and rotate back around.
I've planted the spike.
Spike in a great position, out in the open. Shock Bolt not going to connect, but waiting below the window. It gives him a little bit of space to play with. Around the corner, that's going to be one. Last one up there in the corner, and it's Reformed in a 1v3, clutches it out. Brings Echo 8 a seamless 2-8 victory. Of course, the first round, the first map, a little bit more competitive, really, really close. But this map tells a different story and puts Echo 8 in the driver's seat, awaiting their opponent at the end of the Holy Grail. And RSS will fall and have to climb through losers. Well, really the end of losers, but still have to climb through losers to make their way back.
They're not losers. It's just the lower bracket. Come on now. You can't call them losers. They fought to get here, and they fought hard. Currently going on in the lower bracket as well, we've got Big Frames versus Together We Are Terrific, and then Swole Patrol versus Code 7. The winner of the Big Frames game will play against 303, and the winner of Swole Patrol will play against Way Too French. So we'll have our pick of either game. So we're gonna set this as TBD versus TBD, because I'm not sure who we're gonna face or who we're going to see first. It'll probably come down to whatever game starts first, so we don't have a long break for you guys. But, I mean, an impressive game coming out from Echo 8. Again, not really surprised at all based on the way that we've seen them play in the past. It's just kind of the way it's been with this team. They look really strong in general. And again, kind of interesting. We've talked about this before in the past. The fact that all these game communities came together and kind of are just merging on Valorant. You've got Overwatch, you've got Counter-Strike. Those are the two. But then you've got teams like High Ground, former PUBG team. You've got teams like Echo 8, former Crossfire players. You've got even some more obscure players, like when we did the G2 European event, we had a Dota player playing for Finland. Like you've got players coming in from all walks of life and competing. And it shows just like the different ways that you can approach the game. Like the CS players came in with their mechanical skill. It translated quickly. It's a 5-on-5 competitive shooter. They got it. Overwatch players came in with that ability skill. And then you have players coming in from other scenes who kind of have a little bit of both. Like Apex Legends. You've got mechanical and you've got utility skills. It's been pretty neat to watch and see how the space was going to develop. Now, before we go ahead and throw things to a break, guys, I want to remind you that we run Valorant events constantly. We host weekly and monthly Valorant tournaments online. Register today and compete against some of the top Valorant talent for prize pots of anywhere from $1,000 to $2,500 to even this event, $5,000 for 32 teams to compete. That's a crazy high prize pool. Anyone can enter. It's completely open. Head on over to nerdstreetgamers.com. That's nerdstgamers.com. We're going to go ahead and throw things to a break, though, guys. When we come back, it'll be our lower quarters. We'll determine which match during the break. Stay tuned.
You're the last one. Complete the mission.
Oh my god. Mike?
Oh my god, Ike? Dude, I haven't seen you since Chief destroyed the ring. I thought I lost you.
The Covenant's gone for now. Let's head back to base. We've got a lot to catch up on.
Alright, let's do this.
Yeah. Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Loaded.
Yeah. What? Yeah. 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 What? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god! Yes! Yes! Oh my god! Yes!
Oh, baby. Contrast stitching. Curves that'll hug your body. Adjustable arms. Custom embroidery. Memory foam pillows. Changeable color inserts. Lay flat, recline. Removable logos. Soft, durable material. Yeah. Like what you see, baby? Zip chair.
Hey Mike, you ever feel like we're missing something? Come on, Ike. We have kebabs. We have a fan. And we have music. What could we possibly be missing, Ike? Yeah, I guess you're right. Wow, that sounds like a big one, Ike. That's it. That's what we needed. We needed more Mike and Ikes. It's been so long. I forgot about our legacy, Ike. I just wish there was a way to get more. But it's the last box. The last box on this deserted island. Wait, if E equals MC squared, and Mike and Ikes are made out of fruit, and fruit grows on trees, then based on the principle of candy versus the square root of the circumference of the earth, then... Huh. I can't believe that worked! I guess they are. Fruit flavored. Oh, good one, Mike! Yes!
Why did I choose Temple? I chose Temple because I love Philadelphia.
I wanted to find a school that was in a city.
Temple's really supportive of everyone, career-wise, internship-wise. They have a lot of opportunities for everyone, like study abroad. Temple students are so passionate, whether that's about their school, their major.
Just don't be shy to ask somebody, hey, what's your name or what are you majoring in? Because I've made my best friendship so far that way.
And we are back and hopefully ready to jump into the lower quarterfinals. Do apologize for the extended delay and break. Had to wait for a couple of games to finish, and then had to wait for those teams to then get into the right lobby, and then had to wait for them to veto. And then we're waiting for one of them to go to the bathroom. So it's been a bit of a journey just to get to this point. But I'm your host, Bach. Joining me on the broadcast is Simo. This is the Nerd Street Gamers $5,000 Open Valorant Tournament. Open. Anyone could have signed up. It was capped at 64 teams. We ended up right around 32. I think we hit 31. Looking at the teams we've got currently remaining, Echo 8 is waiting in the grand finals. And then in our lower quarterfinal games, it's 303 against Together We Are Terrific and Way Too French versus Swole Patrol, who has actually been in the lower bracket for quite some time. Looks like they lost very early on. They were in the lower round of 2, which means they would have lost early. Who'd they lose to? Way Too French. It's a rematch. They lost to Way Too French in the second round.
Wow.
So, yeah, that's interesting.
Interesting. I was having a little bit of banter with some of the Way Too French guys while we were waiting for one of the players to come back from the bathroom. Considering they are Canadian and I'm Canadian, I was trying to bargain one Tim Hortons coffee for them to play Ascent. They did not take me up on my offer. And so we are going to be on bind, unfortunately, yet again. And no Reyna this time around. It's Echo 8, of course, playing it previously, but this time around, a little bit more standard across the board. Raze, Sova, Cypher, etc., etc. And it will be, to start us off, Swole Patrol on the defensive side. Kick us off.
So, yeah, like you said, Swole Patrol on the defensive side. So, not gonna be what I had originally. I fixed it though, so you didn't even know what happened. Boom, like that. Looking at the roster, Swole Patrol is Poach, Zelsis, Lasky, Freakazoid, and Josh RT. And the members of Way Too French you already know: Yuz, Melio, Mealy, Nano, and Incred. We did watch them play earlier. This was one of our earliest games on the day, our first game of the day, losing to RSS. In a game where they were in control, but just kind of slipped away that lead and let it fall out of their hands. You've got Josh RT playing with the Frenzy. This is actually a setup I like to do in the second round. One on top of the box and one in front ducking with shotguns. It does look like they're going to be working their way out long, though. They go through the traps that were laid out. You can hear all of the pulses on that cyber cage. Zap, 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 zap. They're making their way already through. The guys who are pushed in hookah haven't actually made much noise yet, so there's an opportunity for them to really do some damage. But look at this buildup of bodies over in elbow.
Yeah, but the Cyber Cage is going to be going down here to stop that push further. It's Poach who's on the other side. Aftershock going to push him back a little bit. Saw a couple of frenzies at close range, but unfortunately not going to be the case here. The burst fire from Poach not going to connect. Already 4 quick kills in succession. They all attack at the same time, and it's all down to Millie now, all by his lonesome. Up in hookah. Makes quick work of one. Lasky will fall, but Josh RT will take him down. An easy round here for the side of Swole Patrol, but again, pistols, they can be volatile, they can be chaotic, and we'll have to see how Way Too French are able to answer back in, theoretically, the third round if they don't make this one go a little crazy and kind of surprise us.
I really like the way that Swole played that. Playing that two-man play in hookah with the cyber cages down from Poach to try and give them a little bit more stopping power. So they could just chill in hookah for the longest time. Then the retake comes in. They're coming in from both sides, simultaneously coming in from spawn and hookah. It was very difficult for them to deal with, and there was just a massive cluster of players back in, back hall, and elbow. Freak's going to get 2 before they start to continue to push out. Can't get into the eyes of the right players before they die. That Spike, though, trapped in the corner. That's the Brim, and... Oh! Incred! How? With just a classic, Incred's going to get the plant here as well. That's huge. That's money. We were saying it. We thought this was going to be an easy round for them to pick up.
Oh.
Josh RT does get the final elimination, but that's pretty solid play coming in from what would have been a crushed push on short. Incred survives long enough to put the Spike in play and also brings it down to 2. So a costly round here for Swole Patrol.
they still will be able to have at least 2 Vandals on the board for this following upcoming round. See how much they end up investing. Could be just a heavy investment, but we are seeing on the opposite side, Way Too French.
That goes there.
They're ready. They're locked and loaded. And this could be a difficult round coming up for the side of Swole Patrol. If they come out on top, I feel like this could be like a 6-0 start. Just
This
like
goes here.
one after another.
This is a
Because
nice spot.
if Way Too French aren't able to come out with this one, the economy is just going to be a very difficult spot to kind of come back. And considering how, you know, dominant this start has been so far, not that dominant, but convincing for the side of Swole Patrol, it's important for Way Too French to kind of divide and conquer this upcoming round.
Yeah, this is a big round here. I like the intel play currently going on over on B with Sova and Cypher both playing on the same side of the map. Josh RT barely dodges that tremor coming out from the breach. Spike is working its way in. There's the Owl drone to lead the charge. Taken down by Josh RT, who was over here with this Bulldog. He has to watch out for the nade that's coming down. It's going to sprinkle little bits of shrapnel right on top of his skull if he's not careful. Excuse me. Recon Dart does come through, and that's a free kill as well. The Rays just not in a position you want to be in when that Recon Dart comes through, and a quick reaction coming out from Josh RT as well. Has the Shock Darts ready too, but it looks like we're going to see the action develop quicker over in Hookah. There's another Recon Dart that comes out. They'll spot the one. They know he's here. That might cause them to actually look the opposite direction. Nice flash lead in. And exactly that. They do look towards the brim at first. But now they're making their way in. The ult's going to come out. No, Sage. Now with that Sage porting in, they can actually port back and go towards A. It's a full stack over here, but they haven't made the call just yet. Deciding to stick around. Nano's going to be falling back. The pulse should connect, and it does. Spots out both players, and now it's all down to Yuz. The Sage... The round quickly falls apart. Really well defended there by Swole as Way Too French just hit a brick wall on the B site.
Now the economy going to revert Way Too French back to a soft buy. We're seeing Sheriffs, we're seeing Spectres already start to be locked and loaded.
This goes here.
Or at least, you know, a little bit of armor to get them through their day. But so far, so good for the side of Swole Patrol. Of course, we talked about it a little bit earlier on in the previous matches. It's very important to knock down your opponents in economy, even if you lose the round. Can you make it down to a 1v1 so that they have to rebuy those weapons? That's kind of your ticket out in some of these dire situations. So we'll see if that's going to be the case in this upcoming round. Of course, Sheriffs can get that job done, but you're going to be up against assault rifles, and that could definitely hurt. But, you know, we talked a little bit earlier about that brick wall that they hit on B. Well, they're looking forward to hitting it once again in this upcoming round.
There was that Hookah Dart as well coming out from the Sova early on. They've got to contend with the Sova and the Cypher again, both on here. Poach with the tripwire down is going to catch one. That's that vertical tripwire that can be so unforgiving. Poach and Josh RT on site. They're so difficult to get past. It will come down to a 2-on-3 though. Recon Dart's going to drop, but it's all on to one. It's Yuz inside the tuna can with just a Sheriff. And that Sheriff not really going to be as valuable with that bomb buddy spotting out the position. 4-0. You had mentioned 2 rounds ago that it felt a little bit strong for Swole. It feels even stronger now.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that. Look at the deaths on the side of Swole Patrol. 1-2-2, 1-1. Of course, it's only the 5th round that we're entering in, but surviving a lot of these rounds has been quite beneficial for them. They're able to save their weaponry. They're able to start to balloon their lead even further. Of course, this is going to be a competitive round for the side of Way Too French. They've got weaponry, they've got armor, and very likely they've got utility to boot. But Swole Patrol, not only are they defending, but they're surviving the defense, right? And that's got to be very unfortunate for Way Too French. They want to at least, even if they lose, come out with a couple of kills going down swinging.
Look at Lasky with the one-way brim smoke on short. I love this.
Nowhere to run!
Accidentally threw one of those on Ascent in mid. It landed on top of the arch in mid. It was really frustrating. There, though, it's not really going to prove to be too valuable as the off shot is right on the money. That would be the Brim who's got it. Nice satchel kill coming out from Freak. Incred steps right onto it. That's got to be disappointing. The defense, though, does crumble in the end. The spike's going to be planted. Nice shock dart coming out. Going to dodge the aftershock coming out. There's the res as well. A quick return fire from the Rays As they try to escape around the corner, they've got to contend with this player coming in from heaven. It's Poach on the Cypher. You've still got Zelsis here, who's rocking that op. Swaps out to the rifle. That's the right call. There's the ult coming in from the brim. It will be dodged here. But now they need to go back for it. They're going to continue to hold the brim very low on HP. Poach stops the push, and Incred realizes he can't win it. There's no way.
Oh.
The molly. Oh my gosh.
My
So I didn't see the molly actually come out. I only saw the burn on the kill. So he tossed that molly up. We'll free cam over. Missed the actual shot on the molly. I'm not sure if you saw it, but he shot it up over the wall. And it came all the way back down.
It bounced once. And he died. I'm going to probably estimate that it was milliseconds. If he shot that even a millisecond earlier, he would have stopped the defusal from coming through. Because it was almost the exact same time. And that would have been very difficult for Josh RT to get back onto that spike, a very difficult scenario. But again, 5 rounds here now for Swole Patrol. I'm not sure how that earlier match went early on in the bracket, but I can't imagine it went like this for Way Too French to start us off.
Swole Patrol, though, coming in nice and warm off of an overtime victory that was clutched out by Zelsis, from what I understand, in the final round. So they were feeling it coming into this one. Lasky shutting down the push. Freakazoid getting involved in the action as well. Feels like I've said this before. Yuz in a 1-on-5. This has been pretty much a consistent thread. The Sage has been behind the play. Given that she is the support, it makes sense. But not really a great start here. Again, you mentioned it a few rounds ago. The deaths not really piling up much on the defensive side. Still looking like that. 3 deaths for Lasky, 3 for Freakazoid. That's the most of anyone on the team.
You have to wonder for the side of Way Too French. They're reaching a point now where it can be quite scary. Even if they win a round, the economy is in great shape for the side of Swole Patrol. It is on the back of those deaths that weren't able to really come to fruition, and already you're seeing one of those come through. But on the side of Way Too French, Emilio be on the return fire, but the Hunter's Fury can try to tag a couple of those members out. Nano, we've seen him do it before. It creates a huge problem for Swole Patrol, taking down 3 members, not with the Fury, but with some guns. Now a 3v2 as Freakazoid will even those odds. They want to get this spike down, but they're a little hesitant to do so.
Disappointing push there for the defense. Felt like they had that one. Just the timing didn't work out so well for them. I like this play. Zelsis, ooh, the wall's too deep. Throws the wall down, but it's enough. They walled off the spike. There's the heal coming in as well onto the Raze. So they know they're moving in through the back hall at this point. Missed shot, but missed shot as well from Freakazoid in response. There's the ult. The rocket's going to come out. But no, both players escape with their lives.
It's 30 seconds left on the clock. The Yuz, Millie, really got spotted out there. But still, Swole Patrol playing this quite methodical, making sure that they just cover their exits. Zelsis gonna find one, and still around the corner that Millie will try to return that frag, but Freakazoid will get the job done, and may really have been the closest round for the side of Swole Patrol. Or sorry, for the side of Way Too French, but 7 straight, not something that you very commonly see, especially on a map like Bind. Usually those first halves are a little bit more closer, but this time around, it is just not going the way of Way Too French. And Swole Patrol are doing a great job so far.
Did you notice that if you're watching Freakazoid right now, he's repetitively pulling the pin on his nades? It makes a different sound each time, so it was like dun 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 dun. I didn't know that it did that. I've never played Raze personally, so I've never really paid close attention to that level. I've only ever played her like once or twice, but never really like mained her. Here comes the push. Zelsis will find 2. We've got Freak right around the corner, and Freak will mop up. Kind of saw that one coming. The writing was on the wall at the start of the round. It ended exactly as you would expect it to, based on the build-up. Zelsis carrying that op right now, proving to be a little bit difficult to get past, but it's actually Freakazoid who's been the real problem 12-3 currently leading the charge. Poach just behind it, 9-2. On the opposite side, Melio hasn't even cracked that egg yet. 0-8-1. A frustrating start for the Breach.
You know what's hilarious? I think back to this Freakazoid clip where this guy on this Valorant team is flaming him for buying on an eco, and he's like, I'm still gonna have money in the next round. I can't imagine that's gonna be the case here because he's got a team that obviously supports him, but just think back to that funny clip of him. He's just a great overall player, you know, obviously coming from a CS background, but his leadership skills are translating quite well into Valorant, and not to mention his fragging skills to boot. I think we're in a little bit of a pause here, though. Not sure quite yet.
Yeah. It's probably a tactical coming in. I mean, I don't really know on the rules of tactical versus technical when it comes to pauses, but to me, this is a timeout where Way Too French can talk this over because they're getting beaten down pretty badly, and they need to turn this around pretty soon, or it's going to just spiral out of control to a conclusion of potentially 13-0. I mean, you mentioned Freakazoid's career as a CS player. Most of these guys come from CS. You know, you have Zelsis, Lasky, and Josh RT. Josh RT has played at a semi-pro level in Counter-Strike for a long time. Lasky has flirted with professional play, but stuck around mostly in semi-professional play. Lasky made his career as a pugger, grinding his way into the Rank S system on PSA, and then into FPL on Facet's platform as well. But he only ever really transitioned into a team once or twice, and they weren't like super powerful teams. He played with Mythic for a little while in the Mountain Dew League. He also played for Team Subtle as a stand-in when they played at the Asus ROG North American Finals in California. That was a couple of years ago. And then Zelsis obviously has had his run with several semi-professional teams, and then also at the top playing with Cloud9. Didn't really work out for him in the end. I think he got a bad rap like many players did on that team, speaking specifically of Sabrosa, and speaking, of course, of Vice. Vice was another player that, in my mind, kind of got the short end of the stick with that team. I feel like he was way better than maybe the results gave him credit for. And hopefully Valorant will be their opportunity to turn that around. Now, here's an interesting play. They got aggressive on B, and they've got that bomb buddy go in first and kind of gives away all the intel. Now they've got Poach up in the corner, and Poach is in a terrible spot. Has to kind of glue himself to the wall just in case they try to peek around this corner. Goes ahead and taps on that camera just to make sure no one's coming in on the flank. There wasn't at the time. But look at the support. It's already arrived. Everyone's here. All 4 players from the defense on this B site.
Real Poach, he's hugging. That orbital strike is going to come through, and 2 quick kills right into his open arms. Dual theft as well going to come through, but it's still an even fight here. Incred going to trade things away back onto Poach, and it's all up to Freakazoid. Patience, one will come through, swinging around the corner, but it's Incred giving Way Too French's first round on the board. But an expensive one at that. Lots of kills going for both teams, but Swole Patrol still have the money to buy. Way Too French, though, are scrounging pennies and dimes to get it together.
Meanwhile, on Swole Patrol, you had max money on like 3 players. So they're not hurting for cash at all.
Yeah.
What's interesting, though, is they do favor the Phantom. You know, we've seen a lot of players who played this game pretty aggressively, playing Valorant more so than playing like this and CS or this and Overwatch, like more dedicated to the game. They started out playing heavy into the Phantom meta and then switched over to the Vandal after the most recent patch. Look at the play coming in, though, from the attack. They're getting aggressive on short, and the attack was set up for it. So you had Way Too French with someone watching for it. Ooh, that's a brutal kill. Losing your Sage, who was playing aggressive, and then the res comes in. That one stings.
Freakazoid. He's just getting those weapons out of there. Juggle system. Still wants to have that assault rifle, but wants the op as well. Speaking of the op, Josh down long finds a kill onto Nano. Sova v Sova action. Still Way Too French with 50 seconds left on the clock. Give or take, they're looking towards B and so far huddled around Hookah. Try to make their way in. So far, Melio going to be the one who leads that charge on the breach. Fault line going to be going down here. Spy cam to follow as well.
Cage triggered.
Getting clear of that, you know, lower half. Now the flashpoint as well. Just one after another. They're trying to get in there, but the orbital strike going to stop them dead in their tracks. Josh with 2 kills on the operator. Melio can't convert. All down to Millie now. Still trying to make his way into the site. That's going to be the showstopper. Sends it flying. does not connect with anyone. Freakazoid going to seal that deal. And a 9-1 start here to the first half. 2 rounds remain. I feel like we could see double digits. It's very possible considering it looks like an eco for Way Too French. You don't want to enter into the next half being down 11-1. That is brutal.
Here's the interesting thing to me. Like right now they're doing double op, but at the start it was a single op and it was Zelsis who was holding it. Zelsis was always a rifler in his Counter-Strike days. Josh RT was an opper in Counter-Strike. So a little interesting to see Zelsis favor the sniper. It's not exactly a 1-to-1 experience, if we're being honest. The op in this game is a little bit different than the op that you would see in Counter-Strike, but it's obviously similar enough that players like Wardell have latched onto it. Here we've got the push coming through from Hookah. You've got Poach rocking that cam up in the corner. He'll spot them out. Doesn't even bother firing a dart. Just continues to use that. Starts to shoot through the tuna can after the tripwire connects early. Those vertical tripwires, such a nuisance. Poach playing inside the smoke, trying to prevent the plant. The shock dart coming through. There's the ult coming out from Freakazoid. Doesn't actually work out, but Freak's going to get a combo because Incred just happens to walk right in front of his shot while taking down the Sage. And Incred will catch a few to the gonads, as that shot was definitely below the belt, but it doesn't matter. It's the 10th round coming in for Swole Patrol.
This may be a little bit of a far-fetched analogy, but have you ever watched an anime where like a ninja will kind of like slice through the air?
I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm an adult. I don't watch anime.
Okay, but do you know do you know the trope where like a ninja will like slice through and then 10 people will just be like motionless and then all die?
All of a sudden they all split apart. Yeah.
Yeah. Once the smoke subsided, like Freakazoid and Poach just boom, 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 just like clockwork, taking down everybody so quickly. But speaking of the round of hand, Lasky on quite the janitor duty staff there. Yeah, this is, I don't even know what's happening anymore in this match. This is just insane.
They have 5 ops. So they went 5 ops just for the last round as a troll. And look at this, Josh RT was flanking with an op. Go figure. He'll even get the last kill blind. So 11-1. We were so busy talking about your anime trope. I was like losing track of time here. But yeah, I mean, usually in an anime you would see like a close up of the face and he'd be like, huh? And all of his facial features would be like distorted and heavily pulled in one direction or the other, a ton of wrinkles. And then you'd see like footsteps. It'd be zoomed in on the footsteps and it'd just be a blur of colors in the background. And then like all of a sudden you'd see the sword swipes with sound effects and then everyone's down. I get what you were going for.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me. And I feel like for Way Too French, of course, myself being a Canadian, you know, unbiasedly rooting for them, but Swole Patrol, they're just on something else. I don't know what they're feeding them over there, but they are doing they have done an incredible job, and really only need 2 more to win. If they win the pistol, I think it's over.
So are you an anime fan?
No, actually not. I just thought of that trope
okay.
when I was in there in the moment. I don't actually watch a whole lot of anime.
Do you know what's a really great anime?
I thought you don't watch anime.
None of them. They don't exist. Not an anime person at all. Nano, we'll get one. Melio almost lined him up for a collateral with the pistol. But Poach on the flank with the classic. Somehow, he's playing cleanup crew. Zelsis has also snuck into U-Haul, and I don't think they have any clue that he's here. The nade is going to go down. It's going to make hard for Zelsis to do anything, but he peeks out anyway and pulls the Sage off the spike as well. The heal's going to come in, and now the support has arrived. It's Poach coming up from short. Was spotted. Ooh. Dink shot coming out on the burst. Oh, Zelsis is realizing he made a bit of a mistake here. The wall is up. The laser beam gonna pew pew pew. Is he gonna have any bullets left? Oh no!
Oh my god!
He didn't do enough damage. He hits him in the head, runs out of time, swaps for the knife. The knife comes in, unfortunately, just a little too late.
Wow! What the hell? Oh my, I need that clip sent to Reddit, sent on the expressway through the internet, top of the charts. That was hilarious. And now this is hey, this may be Way Too French's redemption. Can you imagine if they come back 11-11? Like, that will be a story here for Way Too French. But it might even be a bigger storyline because Swole Patrol lost to Way Too French earlier on in the bracket. And this is definitely their redemption, especially in that last round, buying 5 ops and just crushing them one after another.
Here they go over towards this A site. They're trying to work their way in. Lasky's actually already made it into the U-Haul. Surprise! Incred's right around the corner, but Incred gets traded out pretty quickly. That said, the attack sort of stabilizes just a bit. You can see the retake now coming in. With just pistols, they've managed to make this a 4-on-2. Obviously, that's Sova. Josh RT stuck in default position, very low on HP. Kind of plays recon, peeks out. Cybercade's going to come in from the Cypher, excuse me. Freakazoid's caught looking 2 directions. Really solid eco, all things considered.
Yeah, and now way too French, 1 round at a time. That's really the only way that it can be done. Of course, they have a 1-round buffer in case Swole Patrol run away with one, but they've got the tools to play with now. Assault rifles across the board, potentially some sort of operator in play. Freakazoid's got close to 5,000. May opt in to buy one, but I think he'll just stick to some riflery. And for the side of way too French, it could all be over very quickly. They need to keep their defense up and keep Swole Patrol out of the base.
Let's see if they can stop them. They've had a hard time facing off against everyone from this team. And you can see it when you look at the scoreboard. That is directly reflected there. I like this. The aggressive stim pack placement, and Zelsis just obliterates them. But look at that. A quick flash and 2 kill coming in from Elio. Freakazoid tries to trade things out, coming in with the equalizer.
Go get him.
I'm not sure what the call was there. He should have known Melio was long. So a bit interesting. They do have a dart in the belly of the Sova, who's over in U-Haul. Shock dart's going to come down. Double shock dart as well. Doesn't actually do any damage. Incred going to get that kill onto Josh RT. It's all up to Poach, the Cypher, the king of Intel, trying to work his way through short.
Poach can get this done. I feel like his team owes him a couple of beers. Of course, this isn't really the playoff match that end all playoff matches, but it's definitely to keep their hopes and dreams of ending early alive. But so far, way too French, making it quite difficult on the defense. 3 straight around that they're not really supposed to lose, especially the gun round where things even out. And now they're in the driver's seat a little bit. They've got their hand on the wheel, still not at the table for the discussion. But for the side of Swole Patrol, you're seeing pistols across the board, a couple of sheriffs. They'll be back. They'll be back next round with full weaponry. But so far, way too French, staying alive.
I don't know if you realize this, but together we are terrific. 13-2 over 303 in the other lower quarter. So in general, a bit one-sided. We are having some frame drops again. I'm not sure what's going on. I've had some issues just getting to certain sites, so I wonder if there's a DNS outage on the East Coast that's causing it. I'm hopeful that it'll just resolve itself because it's sort of just coming out of nowhere. There's no logic whatsoever behind it. I'll see if I can figure it out. Yeah.
If my estimations are correct, way too French, likely from Montreal. He's on the on the East Coast as well. He of course just reconnected, so that pause should be dropping down shortly. And hopefully we'll be back in the swing of things. OBS heard you were dissing anime.
Nonsense. 72060 wouldn't even work because I'm like dropping into like the 2Ks here for KBPS. I don't know what's going on. Let's do this, guys. I'm going to kill the stream real quick and bring it right back up. Going to have to change servers again. Last time we did this and we were fine for a while, but it looks like it's reared its ugly head again. Ugh. Of course, the round's going live right now. Maybe we'll just have to suffer through it and wait until the next game. Hopefully it stabilizes because it's been a little bit frustrating. Earlier, I had to switch from the DC servers to Chicago. And I noticed like Liquipedia pages didn't load at all. I had to give it a couple of refreshes. Everything else is fine. Speed tests come through clean. All my internet's fine. It's just, for whatever reason, certain things just are giving me grief today.
Revealing area.
Anyway, play is live again, so we'll jump back into the action. Luckily, the frames dropped or stopped dropping right as we hit this, so less to worry about, less to concern yourself with as we go into live play. We've got Josh RT leading into the B site with that owl drone, and a dart's going to hit into the belly of the Sage. So there's the counter wall. Oh, I love this play. Look at that. Yuz right on top of that wall, going to be spotting them as they try to make their way through. This push got completely crushed. Poach now, one on many, not going to survive. And again, because of a bug with someone disconnecting, all the binds changed. Have fun with that one in the second half. Hopefully that's the last bug they have with the Observer client, and then it'll get fixed quickly, because everything else is great now.
Yeah, if they just add a, you know, considering there's probably FPS players from different walks of life when it comes to the developers that are working on Valorant, I can imagine that they're going to take a little bit of the observing tools from every game that currently exists and try to create this mega observing tool. That's my dream, of course, you know? Get some demos, get some, you know, some free cam, and then maybe even get some cameras that can be, like, pinpointed, you know, kind of like how you can do in CSGO and those little fancy camera works.
Yeah, the third person cams, like the anchor spots.
Yeah. Those would be cool.
The cam paths are really cool too, or lerp twos they call them, where you can like do a smooth throughout a map.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff is really neat. It adds a whole different level to your production, but it also doesn't necessarily affect live play so much.
Yeah.
Now, here's the interesting thing. Even though it's only been 4 rounds, it feels like the second half has played out a lot longer because these rounds have been so slow. It doesn't feel like we've really seen that much fast play.
Revealing area.
You can see they're kind of being patient about this. They're not wanting to overextend on the play. Freakazoid was like kind of jumping out the window, kind of flirting with death here over on B. Gonna drop out and will immediately die to the Sage. You kind of saw that coming from a mile away. Now they're trying to bring in support. They're trying to get into position. Lasky knows that the Sage is up behind this smoke, up on the wall. He heard that wall, the boost over. Molly's going to come out back sight. Josh RT on 1 HP. A butterfly's fart away from death. There's the ult coming out, though. That will at least get one, but
wow.
Yet again, the Sage, stalwart on that B defense. Way too French, coming alive here in the second half. Took them a bit of time, but they look great. 5 rounds in a row they've been able to pick up.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked at the beginning of the round. It was 11-1. At the beginning of this second half, 11-1. All Swole Patrol needed to do was really win the pistol or even win any of these other full buy rounds, and then it'll be a piece of cake. But for the side of Way Too French, they're holding on here for dear life, round after round. Of course, they have a 1-round buffer, so they can afford to lose one if things really hit the fan. But so far, it's looking good. Of course, they are still several rounds away, 5 rounds away from evening things out, but very possible here for them as they've had a good showing, or at least they've had a good showing defending Swole Patrol's advances, and we'll see if they're able to do that here on the Eco.
Immediately on site, sees that nade comes out, knows they're coming in. Gonna go ahead and toss that tremor out. Yeah, there you go. There's the peak, but it's actually Yuz, the Sage, yet again. I mean, they have not changed positions. They've played this setup exactly the same every round, and it's been so difficult for them to get past. The one key difference this round is the Sage wall on long. There's the Hunter's Fury coming out. Not one connection yet, and there isn't going to be. The Sage survives. They're trying to work their way out onto the site. There's Melio, who peeks out, but it's actually Incred who's over in Cubby to keep things going. Poach now in a 1v3 with just a Sheriff. Knows there's one elbow. And yikes. Goes to pick up the gun. Nano delivers with a shock dart to the belly. The defenders win yet again, 11-7.
Wow.
Can I get a drop?
You know, I always like to say that when the halves swap, you see a completely different game from both teams. I didn't want these teams to take it literally, you know? Like, it looks like Swole Patrol, what they did to Way Too French in the first half, Way Too French is doing to them in the second half. 6 straight is not something that you see that common. Of course, for Swole Patrol, they had 8 straight. We'll see if that's going to be the dream here for Way Too French, because it is the full buy for Swole Patrol. They are able to duel things out, but I like the positioning from Millie, trying to get that off shot Unfortunately, not able to connect. The Roomba as well to answer back and discourage the push further. But now Swole Patrol is already set up towards A, and they're going to try to get a change of pace.
Asking our admins now, too, what the halftime score was last time on the previous map. Here they go, trying to make their way into the B site, or the A site, excuse me. They're trying to charge their way through. Incred somehow sticks around for way longer than you'd anticipate. The Showstopper ult coming out, and it's come down to one. Zelsis. Zelsis has an AWP, has the ult as well. Wants to go for the res, but has to be careful. There's the peek towards U-Haul after casting that ult. Now the ult coming in from the breach. That actually could have knocked Zelsis through the port, which would have been really bad. Freakazoid goes down, and it's all up to Zelsis, who's stuck behind this box. Doesn't even get a chance to fire. That's now 7 rounds in a row for Way Too French, as they continue to put up a stalwart defense.
This will be the round where, if they get this, if Way Too French get this round, it'll be a mirror of what Swole Patrol did, at least so far up until this point, the previous half. 8 straight would be kind of the name of the game, and it's looking like a real possibility for the side of Way Too French. Swole Patrol doesn't really have the weaponry to tangle this time around. Their tap dancing shoes were in the other car, or in the other gym bag when they came to class. So, looks like Way Too French will have the firepower to deal with them this time around. We'll see if the strategies change. That might be kind of a ticket that changes things. But Way Too French, they're able to just swing things back around, and it might be kind of the big picture as to why Swole Patrol ended up falling in the earlier bracket game.
Who'd we lose? We have a pause. I assumed we lost somebody. Doesn't look like that's the case, though. It looks like maybe a tactical? I mean, this was 11-1. It was looking like it was over. In fact, they got kind of trolly in that last round and still won it in the last round of the first half. They had 5 ops. But wouldn't surprise me to see them kind of trying to figure out what they can do, calling for a timeout to just talk things over, because right now, I mean, they just cannot get past the defense. The one thing I wish this game had was similar to what Counter-Strike has, where it can show you a round-by-round breakdown. Here's how many people survived each round. I would love to see that so that I could really remember how each round went, because it's hard to remember the further you get into a game and the further you get into a broadcast. I mean, we've seen Blind now a lot, and we're going to see Bind a lot. The games start to blur together just a little bit, especially when the team names are often the same following the trajectory of a tail end of a tournament. But we do have the pause coming out, so it's going to be live play here in just a moment. We'll see what the side of Swole decides to do, because they have not managed to make any traction on this attacking side.
Of course, it is the eco for them this time around, so their job, at least this round, is to either A, win, that'll be the most optimal job, but the second possible scenario is to try to take down as many members as possible. Go down swinging, knock down that economy, because it's already quite high. You know, you're seeing Yuz here with 8.6k. That is it's a lot of credits that I bet Swole Patrol wish they had. But a really interesting execute on towards this A site, and it might not work out for them as Anna will stop that to a halt quite quickly, but kills are being traded, so things are going slowly to the way of Swole Patrol, but fortunately it's up to just Josh now. Gets that spike planted. Now Millie will call that rotate through. Spray is good. Takes down Josh, and clean round here for Way Too French. 3 rounds away from tying us up.
2 rounds away.
Oh, sorry, yes.
This will be the 9th. Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
Yes.
I knew what you meant, though. 11-9. I mean, this half actually almost looks better than the first half did for Swole Patrol. Like, when you look at some of these rounds, they look cleaner than some of the rounds we saw in that first half. It's hard to remember, because at this point, we're seeing a shadow of that first half. These are mirror image
There.
halves. And right now, I mean, this is where you really need to win this round. If you are Swole Patrol, if you lose this round, I fear you might actually lose the game. Your money will not be good. You'll be surrendering a 10th point and then a tie point if you can't manage to make the eco work. So you're at 11-11, and you've got no momentum whatsoever. And even if you win that round, if you do so and you don't survive with many bodies, you're going to overtime because your opponent's going to have all the cash in the world. They've got 8,900 and 8,800 on Yuz and Millie. That's after the buy this round. They've got max money on 3 players coming into next round. They'll have max money. So much cash.
Good for Swole Patrol. Yeah, it's not looking too good. And this is the round where Way Too French won. The only round that they won. The 9th round in the first half. And so for Swole Patrol, this is actually, like you're saying, a very important round. But we are seeing the execution start to be called through. They're going to be making their way towards the usual way. Freakazoid starting out with a kill onto Incred. It's a good start, but still have a lot more to go. With that spike not yet being planted, they need to make sure that goes down. And the Hunter's Fury going to find one. Nano has been landing those all tournament long. And it'll even us up to a 4-4. Here comes the retake.
They're playing deep on short as well. They're really playing up on short. They're allowing them to come through from spawn. Zelsis has this op to try and watch for the jump peak and try and watch for Heaven as well. The wall just now going to break. But the bulk of the bodies building up on the opposite side of the APC. Here they come. Straight through U-Haul. And just like that, they obliterate the defense. They're going to res one as well. There's the arrow coming out. And oh no, the wall comes down as well. This is awful. They don't have an ult to deal with this. They're going to have to break away at this wall. This was so well played coming in from their opposition. Not only do they all survive, they all die on the opposite end. The worst possible way to lose that round. That was great communication and coordination coming in from Way Too French.
Yeah, one of the things that I think was slightly missed there that was super key is that when they pushed into U-Haul together, they used the aftershock to push the 2 members hiding in the corner away, and they weren't able to get into position to shoot the incoming members from the U-Haul. Like Swole Patrol was kind of caught off guard, and obviously we know if you've played this game before that you can't run and gun, so they were caught in a very difficult position, and that was just easy 2 kills, which opened up that round. And then the wall as well, just so much good use of utility. And it's looking scary now for Swole Patrol in the upcoming rounds.
The Owl heads over towards mid, gonna spot Freakazoid, who is playing up towards Hookah. The buy is in yet again. They've got the Bulldog, but everyone else, full rifles, light armor on 2, Josh RT and Zelsis. Zelsis has no slow orbs as a result, only the wall. Looks like they want to go for a 3 smoke with the wall. That's likely going to be the play, so here comes the smokes. No, it's a 2 smoke execute. So they'll give up more site control. They try to wander in towards U-Haul. That orbital strike's going to make that difficult. And now they have to contend with 1 on site, and they actually do. Both players go down. They're going to wall off spawn, so a different choice with that wall, but I like it. Here, their money was good enough to just barely field a buy. We'll see if their defense is good enough here as the retake is coming through. The flashbang to lead the charge. Smoke's going to come in. Yeah, Cyber Cage there as well. They're just going to have to go for this one as they push their way through. Dart does spot them all, so they know where they're coming from at this point. Yuz trying to work through the U-Haul. The Hunter's Furies come out here from the opposite side. You've also got Lasky sitting back with that ult. 1 tag on the Hunter's Fury gives them all the information they need. It took them a while to find it, but they eventually do get to number 12 after losing 9 straight. They put themselves back on the scoreboard again.
So now for the side of Way Too French, of course they've got the economy to play for the remaining 2 rounds. This is a very important one coming up. Obviously, if they lose this, they lose. I mean, that's pretty obvious. But they need to scrounge together 2 convincing wins over Swole Patrol. Fortunately for them, Lasky is there on the Bulldog, so they don't really have weaponry to play across the board, but that can be easily averted. Once you get a trade, Lasky picks up a new gun, easy peasy, you know? But let's see if the double op play here for Way Too French is going to be the ticket, as they are ready and prepared to defend.
That nade's going to go down back site. Almost connects with the breach. The breach dodges most of it. They have to know at this point that Sage is going to be playing close. The Bomb Buddy does spot one on the site. I like that, though. The Aftershock, the Tremor coming through, keeping them from really being able to use that detection from the Bomb Buddy. Meanwhile, on the other side, look at this. You got Josh RT. Josh RT's actually all the way up in U-Haul. He's able to call out the rotate, and if he gets his timing right, he can actually take them down in spawn. They have absolutely no idea he's here. He's going to let them know, hey, they're rotating. But guys, I'm on the flank. Please just survive just a little while. Please. Freakazoid on site, able to get a 1-2. But now Freakazoid's taken down. It's down to the Cypher, and now it's just Josh RT. His flank never got to come through, and now they might start looking for it. Josh does spot one, but they're still looking towards main. No reason for them to look back, and then the turn. If they had survived just a little while longer, if they had delayed just a little bit and let Josh flank, they win that round. I mean, he would be able to pincer them in the site. They'd be looking both directions. They could easily collapse on the site. But instead, just a little overeager, commits too quickly, and way too French. Crush it. You know Josh is pissed, too.
Look at this. 3 Vandals, Phantom, and Poach with a Sheriff. I mean, of course they know that at this point, if they lose, obviously they go to OT, but they have to really think about how are they going to stop Way Too French from their execution in these defensive plays. It's just too difficult, I feel like, for them. This is insane.
I love Poach. He plays these cameras totally different than other Cyphers we watch. He's not trying to land darts. He's just trying to get intel. So he'll put them in some stupid position just so he can see an angle, knowing full well he's not going to deliver a dart into the belly of his opposition. There's the double smoke onto the site. No third smoke for U-Haul. They don't need it. Triggered, or covered, excuse me, by the Cyber Cage. The spike has been planted. And now it's retake time. It's 5-on-5 retake in the final round. Absolutely unheard of.
Ooh, already Zelsa's going to try to dwindle those odds, but Creed with a quick answer back, and Orbital strike down to stop the defusal of the spike. A resurrection as well, putting us to a 3v5. Can Way Too French against all odds fight through the site. One shot will come through. That's not going to be enough. It's Millie. That's going to be the Molotov as well that comes in from above. Melio as well, just trying to get those shots to connect. It's all up to him. And it was all ruined by Poach with his pesky Sheriff. Taking down Melio. But they will move on to face Together We Are Terrific.
Who's been waiting?
The loser's mind. Who's been waiting? Yeah, 13. What was it? 13-3?
13-2. 13-2. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, that game probably should have ended many rounds ago. A lot to look at. Like, if you're Way Too French, I'm not actually upset. I'm like, okay, we were down 11-1, and we almost won that game. We probably should have won that game, but we managed to bring it back and make it respectable. That was a huge comeback. It's unfortunate that it doesn't go all the way, but Swole Patrol will be moving on and facing off against Together We Are Terrific, and yes, we know what that abbreviates to. So I expect to see people posting about it in chat as soon as they figure that one out as well. That will be our lower semis, and then waiting in the lower finals is RSS. So the winner of this next game will face off against RSS.
And I'm excited to see. I think Together We Are Terrific are, an underrated team, similar to Swole Patrol. We got a lot of CSGO veterans that are coming into the space to try their hand at Valorant, and they're doing a great job at that so far. But at the end of the line, it's Echo 8, like you said earlier, former Crossfire players who are awaiting their potential, roster of CSGO veterans opponent who could be on the other side. But I'm not gonna say that at the grand finals could be Crossfire versus CSGO and the winner determines what's better, but that could definitely be the case for the remaining teams that we have in the lower bracket.
Before we go ahead and throw things to a break, want to remind you guys again, Nerd Street Gamers recently launched its apparel on our store, and I highly recommend you guys go check it out as soon as you possibly can. Head on over to nerdstreetgamers.com. We've got localhost and NSG apparel for sale, t-shirts, sweatshirts, long sleeve tees, and more, all available with new designs and styles dropping soon. Grab some merch at nerdstreetgamers.com. That's nerdstreetgamers.com, NERDST gamers.com. We are going to go ahead and throw things to a break. When we come back, it'll be our lower semifinals, not our lower finals, lower semifinals, to see who's going to be facing off against RSS in the lower finals, to see who's going to be going to the grand finals to play against Echo 8, who is patiently waiting for us to get to that point, guys. Stay tuned, and we'll return in just a bit.
You're the last one. Complete the mission.
Oh my god. Mike?
Oh my god. Ike? Dude, I haven't seen you since Chief destroyed the ring. I thought I lost you.
The cover's gone for now. Let's head back to base. We've got a lot to catch up on.
Alright, let's do this.
And we are back after timers eluded me yet again. I've tried to guess every single time about how much time it was going to take us roughly, but I haven't been able to quite get that timing right. I'm your host, Bach. Joining me is Simo. This is the Nerd Street Gamers $5,000 Valorant Open. 32 teams entered, and only a few remain. We're going into the lower semifinals at this point, which means there's only 4 teams left. It's RSS who's waiting in the lower finals to see who's going to win here. And it's going to be Swole Patrol versus Together We Are Terrific. I'm going to have to abbreviate them as Together because, yeah, that one's a little tricky. But we are going to be seeing something we haven't seen yet. We're going to be
Ascent.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah. Earlier today, I tweeted out some potential call-outs. Obviously, nothing is set in stone. The map is still, I feel like, yet to be really flushed out on a competitive level. We're even still seeing very slight adaptations to Bind. And so with a new map out like Ascent, it's going to be very interesting to see how these teams kind of adapt and change on the fly. Of course, everyone says that every map has a quote-unquote gimmick. Ascent's gimmick is there are these 2 doors that can be kind of shut, and you have to burst through them and shoot through them to break them down. So the defenders can use that. There's also a window very similar to, I believe it's Mirage, that can be broken and create an audio cue. But still, we'll see how if that's even played, if that's even revolved around. But you were saying earlier how it's relatively mid-focused, and we'll see that being played out by both these teams.
Oh, it's big-time mid-focused. In fact, we'll go ahead and pull up the game as they're ready to jump into it. So we'll look at the map here just to start things off for those that haven't played it. So if you look, you can't actually see my crosshair, which is the hardest part. I might have to actually enable it just so you can see it for this pregame, so I can talk to you about what I'm gonna, or I can mention what I was gonna say. So let's go ahead and capture my cursor here. There we go. So if you look over here, you've got this mid choke point, you've got catwalk, and you've got this B link. It'll sort of loosely resemble Dust 2, so you'll want to smoke off the mid area with the brim, smoke off short, and then smoke off, and then you can take control from mid link and back mid. If you're on the attacking side, you can actually 3 smoke mid, where you smoke mid link, and then you smoke 2 smokes, one on catwalk and one at the bottom, so you can take full mid control every single round. Omen is not a surprising pick here either. You really want smoke control on this map. Control is the name of the game. But mid control is the most important element. B is really, really hard to take from what I've seen and what I've personally experienced. B is very difficult because the defensive line on B, it's such a heavy choke point to get in. But once you get in, it's easier to hold. So it's, again, very similar to Dust 2. Expect to see a lot of teams work their way towards A, but use mid early on. And as I say that, Mummy picks one up from mid. It's Josh RT going down. The Omen falling as they continue to try to work their way up mid and try and flank through market.
Ooh. Peeking into the pizza, not going to be a slice that he wants to take. Freakazoid taking down Mame in that rotation. And looking through mid, they will try to get B. But it is going to be Together that are able to stop that push. Now all up to Zelsis to try to make ends meet. It's a 1v3 scenario on the pistol. Going to make it a 1v2 to start us off hot in the fruit market. Now around the corner, it's Kono that'll take him down. And a quick round here for the side of Together to start us off on the pistol.
Strong play coming out to kick things off in the pistol. We'll see how they decide to react here on the side of Swole. It was Zelsis who got 2 kills.
Yes, this should do.
Again, the place to watch on B, it's kind of interesting that they've gone with Finesse, FNS playing the Phoenix. You'll see a lot of play over here with Cypher using tripwires. You'll see Sage using her wall.
Careful now.
Again, it's mostly control, and you can see him already kind of doing that. Kind of playing a different role with Phoenix, using that hot hands early to play control on B. And they've got the slow orbs as well. So this will be an interesting combo, and it'll be interesting to see how he decides to play that class. That Phoenix, which is usually seen as more of an aggressive initiator. Noxie is actually back in sight. Mario's actually going to get 2 as well, make it a 3rd. But it was 2 off the molly, of all things.
Yeah,
now he's backed off into tree room.
Yeah, all down to Poach now. Again, the eco for them, so the control just working out. I mean, you talked a little bit about the choke point for B, but how do you feel about these positioning openings for A? Like, do you think that the attackers have more room to work with, or is it still just as difficult to get into A?
Without mid control, you're going to have a hard time either way. But the mid control to B is a little bit less I'm trying to think of the word. Makes a little bit less sense. So on A, you have the ability to come up catwalk into tree room, and then you can use that to go through window and come up into heaven. And, I mean, you can see it there. He was getting flanked anyway, so Poach really didn't have much we could do. But we'll go ahead and fly free cam just so you can see what we're talking about. So if you look, this is your main area of entrance into this A site, but you've got tree room as well, which has this door that can go up and down. It gets triggered by the switch here. It does break, so you can damage it, similar to the door we saw shut over on the B site. So if you get mid-control, you can come up catwalk and work your way into what I call tree room. I'm not really sure what it actually is marked as. It's called A-Link, but there's a tree in it, so it makes sense. And you can jump through window, and you have control of all three sides. So you can flank up in, if there's anyone in sight, you can work your way through tree room and just come up through short, or you can take the long route, which is the more standard strategy. For anyone that's working with maybe less utility, you need utility to take mid. You need utility or a strong up, and even still, mid is going to be very difficult to take from your attacking side without those smokes being down, which I think we're going to see pretty consistently here from Swole. They're going to have a hard time trying to gather up mid control.
In summary, quite the defender-sided map.
Yes.
And so for the side of Together, their goal in this first half is to get as many rounds on the board as possible. We are seeing the full buy come through, of course, not for the side of Together. It's Spectres and a Marshall from Mame, but I think we've seen before what he could do with a little bit of firepower, even if it's not an operator. Looks like Swole Patrol going to be looking towards A this time around. Like you said earlier, you see a lot. Josh going to be aggressively pushing through. So far, 2 quick kills. It's an absolute bloodbath on the site, and it's all down to one final member. It's Mame. Makes the Marshall work, and a brutal round on the side of Swole. They just cannot get in there, and a great defense from Together.
A bit awkward there as Josh RT was trying to TP. So he tries to TP into the site. Mario comes through from tree room, and he's just staring at that swirling purple spiral right in front of him. Took him a second. He like looked at it and looked away, and he's like, oh, wait a minute. That's an omen. So he just waited for it to finish. Took down the omen, turned to the left, and I still haven't figured out what that call out would be for that giant container on the A site. I really don't know. It looks kind of like an air conditioner, but I mean, it's huge. But he just turned and took down the Sage that was in that position. So now we can see some of what we've been talking about. They're gathering up mid-control, but they're doing it with just pistols. They need to be able to do this with more than just pistols, and for whatever reason, Celsius just does not anticipate the positioning from Finesse. I thought for sure he knew he was there, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Expect to see the defensive side play really aggressive on mid and catwalk to try and continue to control that territory. It's down to 2. It's Josh RT playing as the Omen and Lasky as the Brim over on the B site. Upgraded to a Vandal and has light armor and has the ult. So there's an opportunity here for Swole Patrol to get on the board.
Yeah, they are a little bit split, and the spike is in the courtyard. Very contested area right now by the side of Together. Lasky going to take down Finesse, and Akis will try to answer back. It's up to Lasky now, and he's got a lot on the board here for him, but 30 seconds left on the clock. He either saves the weaponry or dies trying, and looks like he'll take that latter. Moving in now towards Pizza. Having a quick slice, but now eyes on the prize. The spike needs to get picked up. Already seeing somebody down the catwalk, around the corner. No one is there. Mario from behind will take him down, and 4 quick rounds here for the side of Together. It's going to be rough. I feel like for Swole pulling on the board. I mean, we talked about the trials and tribulations of this map, but it just looks like they're trying and trying and trying, and it's not working out quite well. But with the full buy here, they can at least try with better weaponry.
You know, one of the things that's going to separate some of these early successful teams from the later successful teams are the ones who adapt quickly to new maps. You know, you've seen it in Counter-Strike. Because players in Counter-Strike are so used to having only a 7-map pool, they don't adapt well. A new map comes out, and it takes a while for a lot of teams to adjust and put that map into their rotation, and sometimes they just never do. They just keep that map out of their rotation. They never actually add it into play. They don't feel comfortable on it. They don't like change. Counter-Strike players have never liked change. So, as a result... Oh, look at this. Yeah, free kill for FNS there as Josh RT ports in. We'll continue that thought in just a moment as the push is underway.
Yeah, Kono.
Joke's over.
He's got a lot of utility in space already to start this one. follow through. The orbital strike after orbital strike, still somehow, some way together will come out with 3 quick kills. And now using run it back, Ness gets taken down, but it's just the clone. And a quick kill here from Akis to even things back down. In 5 straight rounds, I think that might be kind of the tail of the tape. This is going to be one of those things where I think a lot of the time the attackers are going to start like, I mean, can we say like 10-2, 9-3? Like, I feel like those are very realistic halves from what it looks like on the scent.
I mean, just going off what I was saying, like, you know, teams who adapt quickly are going to be the ones that succeed in the long run, because we don't really know how map meta is going to change and how many maps are going to be introduced and how frequently those maps are going to be introduced. So you have to be able to adjust quickly if you're going to continue to succeed. So if there are teams that are currently in this event that are just going to say, hey, we haven't even played Ascent yet, not even at all, that might be a bit of a problem. Speaking of a problem, Mummy goes for that owl drone, standing in the open. Originally wanted to send it towards mid, spots one towards B main though, and goes back for that instead. Could have cost him his life, but instead his teammate goes down, Akis, who peeks onto B main and ends up falling to Poach, who's now the last man standing with a Vandal and a nice one tap.
No more charges,
Mario just got sent with the one tap dirt nap. It's still a 3-on-1, and spike control is his, so at least there's an opportunity, a possibility for a plant.
I have retrieved the spike.
But with advanced position from the Cypher, they might just surrender A. He would have to kill this mid player. He'd have to kill the Phoenix. If he can kill Phoenix, if he can kill FNS and make his way onto A, Cypher's just going to be waiting there for the plant sound.
Yeah. All task for him. 30 seconds left on the clock. He's going to make his way through Kench and then over to Pizza. That's going to be the Phoenix players waiting on the other side. And a quick and easy headshot to the dome. Going to make things easier for him. 6 rounds straight here. I presume sooner, hopefully rather than later, Swole Patrol will put one on the board. They've got full weaponry this time around, so expect a little bit more of a competitive round to consistently follow through. They're grouped up towards the courtyard, finally taking and heeding your advice, trying to grab control, especially with the full weaponry. We'll see if their dreams come to fruition or if it'll just be a nightmare up against together.
You can see Mummy's lining up this op shot. You can also see the armor on the walls. You can break that armor, damage that armor, and then wallbang those shots. Very similar to the doors on Haven. Recon dart coming out from Mummy. Paranoia coming out as well. In from the Omen. This is awkward. Mummy right around the corner has to connect quickly. Nice quick shot. The pistol, the sidearm coming out. Didn't really work out as well as they had hoped. But you can look at this. Canoxian's inside that Omen smoke. Drops the Omen, or the ulti, excuse me. And makes it work nicely from inside the site. The damage has been dealt. It's Akis now going up over the top of the wall. Great movement as well coming out. 7 straight rounds for Together We Are terrific. Swole Patrol just cannot seem to get their minds wrapped around this map and the current ways to play it. They've started to make some headway, but you really have to ask yourself, how many times have they actually played? How many teams are willing to even practice this map? I feel like this is one of those maps you find one team that you know wants to practice, and you just play it like 12 times in a row.
Yeah.
Because there's just not enough teams willing to play it.
I feel like that was the case with Split for a long time, and now you don't really have much option. You know, now that there's another map in the pool, you really have to be considerate of these 2 maps that, well, started off with people not really wanting to play Split. Now you have Ascent, which, again, is in a way like Split, really defender-sided, and you really have to practice these attacker-sided executes, and Swole Patrol have not really practiced too much. They're already starting to funnel through. Akis with 1, 2, not the third. It's Lasky that answers back. Now finally they'll have maybe partial control of the B site. Finesse will be their kryptonite on the site, but Lasky will make quick work. The door will go down, but for how long? All up to him. He's got a sheriff supreme, but Mame will make it a nightmare, taking him down with the shock bolt. And 8 quick rounds, 4 remaining here now in the half, and it's not looking good for Swole Patrol.
One of the things that makes this map really cool are these grates over on the B site up in B main. The arches on the ceiling, too, allow you to get creative with some camera placement from Cypher so you can send some camera darts through these grates. But there's also this box in B main where the ult orb spawns. You can actually stack a few players up on this and then sage wall up and peek through the windows. And if you put it enough to the right side, you can sage wall up and peek into the windows over towards market. Also, I don't know if you noticed this, but it's weird to me, and I've only noticed this recently. The grates have a cage around them that disappears at like the 5-second mark. So that blue wall that prevents you from doing stuff, I wonder if you can actually throw something past it pre-round. Because 5 seconds into this, before the round starts, they drop. So I'm going to have to test with like a raise and just see if I can throw a grenade through there.
It's going to have to go through a couple of testing. One thing that I see Freakazoid here, looking in AC, looking for the spy cam. One of the things about new maps as well is Cypher mains and Joyce, they will have a field day putting their little traps and wires in spots that people don't really predict. So far, the 1-for-1 having it a 4v4. They will look towards A, and finally the spike will go down. Swole Patrol can rejoice, but they have to defend. Prepare for hellfire!
Nice flash coming out from FNS. And the molly bounces just a little bit too deep. Nice counter flash, though, coming in from Freak, who gets caught in the tripwire. And just like that, it falls down to a 2-on-2. There's Lasky on the site. He's going to go ahead and use that stim beacon, but they're moving in close. Doesn't seem to make a difference. Mummy with just an op trying to pick them off, but the positioning is going to be so difficult to get past. Nice recon dart to try and get some intel. Doesn't actually connect. No, it does. One pulse going to find him. Had a chance for a collateral, but just flicks right off the mark. The first round on the board for the attacking side. And again, this is a defensive heavy map. So, something to keep in mind.
Yeah, the economy, like, on the side of Together, they've been sitting at 9,000 several rounds now. I mean, obviously they spend it every time they get there, but they've been getting up there quite quickly. For the side of Swole Patrol, their goal with 3 rounds remaining, they need to put on as many on the board as possible. They've obviously got the full buy here, but their economy is in a full going out.
Joke's over! You're dead!
See what's going to be able to come to fruition for them. Mame will be the one that is saying not really today is the day for you guys to get a win on the board, but Josh will answer back with a quick kill. Now the 3v4. Poach will catch a lurking Akis through the fish market, takes him down quite valiantly, and now makes his way through the fish market. Hopefully ending on the other side of B. The rest of the team now corralling around the fruit market, hoping to get up in here, take this B site for themselves.
Yeah, Finesse moving on into the muck, going back site now. The paranoia comes through, and oh, this angle is going to be brutal. Yeah, it's tough. You almost want to get in the middle there, in between the arches. Smoke's going to go down. Molly was there as well. The flank, though, coming in from B main, from the brim. So we've got Canoxians moving in through spawn. Inside the smoke currently, there's a tripwire down on main. Mario has no choice but to shoot it. Can't duck it, can't jump it. Got to just go for it. Camera is in play as well, so they're going to spot him with the camera. There's the dart coming in. Cyber Cage coming out from Canoxians. As they try to move in closer, Canoxians desperately needs his teammate to get up closer and closer in position. At this point, Canoxians should go down. They've got so many players. They're just trying to set up a patient play, and there you go. There's the peak. Really well played. Once they got control of B, it's really hard to lose it. The B site is so much easier to lock down.
Asking you shall receive 2 rounds straight here for the side of Swole Patrol. Economy not looking the greatest for Together, but they're making it work. They've got the weaponry obviously to play. They may want to kind of play it a little bit safer considering there's 2 rounds remaining. They don't want to end up empty-handed in the last final round, but potential 9-3 or 8-4 half year as Swole Patrol are trying to figure this map out live and in action. So far, this second half of the first half working quite well.
So it looks like it's a bug. Sometimes those windows are still blue at the start of the round, and sometimes they're not. Over on short, you've got Finesse up on top of the box, dodging the molly by just getting vertical. Meanwhile, Mario tries to go up and face fight with Freak. Freakazoid comes out as the victor. They're getting control of Tree Room. Canoxian's playing back behind his tripwire. Has to be aware that there's one Heaven right now. And Freakazoid is just clearing out every angle. Josh RT goes for the ult to position himself on Heaven. And It's just Akis now 1-on-3.
Yeah, I was watching Josh's perspective. He teleported in, and Mame was just trying to find out where he teleported, and he saw the barrel of the gun looking towards the window, and then when he finally swung over to heaven, Josh was already looking right at him. So, unfortunately, stands for there. Same for Akis, finds himself on the receiving end of Josh. Now entering into the last round of the first half. Swole Patrol feeling better, feeling good. They've got money where their mouth is, putting rounds on the board. And for the side of Together, they are just trying to put together a couple of the nickels and dimes to have some weaponry for this upcoming round.
Got to applaud the way that Swole Patrol has gotten themselves back in this game. It was looking pretty bad for a while. 8-0. But they found a few rounds, and they've started to get comfortable. Again, we have to ask ourselves what level of preparation has been put in on this map. We don't really know. Can't be certain. Canoxians as well has been playing really well over on this A site. And there you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Tripwire placements from Canoxians is on point. Freakazoid gets caught off guard. Playing inside the smoke, laid down by his own Brim. It's a quick kill coming out, and there's no res here for the attacking side. In fact, Zelsis, one charge away. So there's a possibility that Zelsis could go ahead and find that orb and get that res. Did they take the... Yeah, they already took the orb on long. So Zelsis isn't going to be able to grab it from there. He'd have to get it from B main.
Here.
Spike picked up here from Lasky. Make their way through the courtyard now. Decisions on where to go after that. Ness was trying to peek in through the courtyard, but has to back away. I think he lost a little bit of control there. Now, past the Kench, they'll make their way through the pizza. He seems to be their target here, and you'll see the rest of the teams try to sort of get around there. Mame and Finesse punish some of that aggression through. Mame as well, just beautiful on the operator. Now using that Hunter Fury to try to seal the deal, but a flawless round to finish off the half. 9-3. Mame taking out Finesse as a parting gift. Now we'll see how are Together able to answer back. Do they have the practice on this map? And will Swole Patrol have that dominating factor being on the defender side? Or will it just be a quick cleanup? We'll have to see. But I imagine that we're in it for a long one.
Now, you keep calling it the Kench. Why are you calling it Kench? Is that some play from, like, Tom Kench?
Yes. So that place, there's actually a bench with, like, Tom Kench's face.
I see it now.
Bench. So I just keep calling it that because
the Kench bench.
Yeah, the Kench bench.
That is Tom Kench. Okay. I knew who Tom Kench was. His character kind of stands out, so I knew who he was. And like I knew where Pizzeria is, and I knew where their market is. But I kept hearing Kench, and I'm like, what's he referring to? I'm curious. A little bit of a flash lead in there for Finesse, but Lasky not able to do much about it as Finesse backs off. They're actually going to be stacking up over towards the A site. So some noise being made over on the A site. They're going to be moving in very quickly in just a moment. Poach right around the corner. There is a cyber cage down, not a tripwire. It's possible that's why they were shooting, taking out a tripwire. And you can see a rotate already starting to happen. They've pulled support off of B, and they've started to bring the Omen over. The breach is now back by mid. You still got Finesse here. There's the recon dart. They're not able to stop it, and even inside that tripwire, they're able to make it work. Somehow Zelsis fires through and just runs at them, shooting bullets, hoping something connects. Well, it does. The Omen's trying to make their way through. They do break the wall, but they can't get through from the wall part they broke. They have to break more, chiseling away at the ice. It's going to be a flank, too, coming in from the Phoenix. Finesse has the flank on Heaven, so the Brim... never mind. Brim's dead.
Yeah, a simple round there once they got on towards that A site. And they're really executing on the strategies that you had talked about. You know, you get control of the courtyard and you go to B, or you just go in through the, you know, the A main towards A and try to push in through as best as possible. Use the catwalk as well to try to divide and conquer. It worked out well for them. They've got that pistol round in the bag, and you're seeing how that's going to affect Swole Patrol. They're poised up and aggressive, hoping to push in on the pistol. Nothing to lose, but everything to gain. And they want to punish some of this hold or trying they attempt to push through together.
Mario spraying through that smoke in mid. Taking some damage too as they try to just converge in mid. There's so much damage coming out here from these pistols. But the attackers still win. Really well played coming out from Swole. Good defensive positioning. Here's where your rubber meets the road, though. If you're Swole Patrol, you need to just start winning rounds and winning them easily. Again, we mentioned it. This is a defensive-heavy map. Now is the time to prove it. You have to put your foot down and just crush them here.
Yeah, pistols can be quite volatile, so I wouldn't beat myself up too much if I lost the pistol. You know, when you lose the SMG round, it's standard. However, this is the round where, like you're saying, this is all or nothing. If you lose this round, you lose the game. I think there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So really need to make sure that they do this correctly. Mame with the operator is going to be the difficult top task, but they're pushing it through the fish market, and they really have, might I dare say, no respect for Swole Patrol, as they're just inching their way ever so closely. Akis with the kill onto Freakazoid, and that's going to open up potentially this push towards B.
Late smoke coming in from the brim is going to make things a little bit harder for them, so Akis is going to drop off Catwalk and start working their way towards it. It sounds like they just shut Market door, so the door on Market going to be shut. There's no one there in that corner that Akis is standing, but it is wall bangable. There's the peek coming in from Catwalk. Mario now is stuck back behind the tall box. Josh RT offering some support. There's still one on Catwalk. It's all falling apart. Canoxians now lurking over in the A site. Takes down the tripwire. And you can see just based on the tripwire positioning, at least the Cyphers had their opportunity to play. Canoxians continuing that push. Nice camera placement as well. Up in top of the site. Canoxians trying to just sneak their way into hell. Not going to happen. Lasky is there with the punishing blow. That's exactly how you had to win it. You had to win it like that.
And now it's going to be together forced into an economic disadvantage. They're going to have the pistols and maybe a couple of fancy guns. Akis going to invest directly into a Phantom, but easily regrets it as the rest of the team. They just want to have pistols. They just want to try to create some chaos. And they're going to be looking to do so towards B once again. Trying their hand at pushing through, but see if it's going to bode well for them. If they win with the weapons they have, that would be a feat, because I think Swole Patrol, they're going to be able to defend this quite easily.
You can see mid control right now being gobbled up by Together We Are Terrific. You've got Akis already pushed up, but unfortunately, Akis is doing so with a Stinger. Not exactly ideal hardware. It's all going to come down to timing, as there is two players in position here in mid. You've got the Breach and you've got the Omen. Oh, he might actually catch him. The blind side, perfectly timed. Yes, they lost Mario in the meantime, but that's perfect. Akis totally crushes that play. Now taking control of Market. Has to just peek and swings wide. Wonderfully done. There's an ult as well, so a res will come in onto FNS. It's a 3-on-2. They've got a slow orb as well, so they can send the slow orb down onto Market if they want.
You will not kill
But there's another res, a counter res. The door about to be destroyed. This is going to be hard to hold, given that they don't have too much to work with. Mummy's low on HP, needs a heal desperately. The ult does come out, though, so at least they can call out the positions. He knows that they're working their way in through the Market. Tripwire's going down from Poach as they continue to inch closer and closer to the site. Akis up on top of this box, waiting for the push to come through. The dart doesn't actually get any pulses out. Somehow Akis comes up empty-handed, but there's FNS swinging wide, and even with the flashes, it doesn't work. It's Mummy now, one-on-one. Mummy's only got a share for 3 HP. Mummy's trying to run, can't escape the eyes of Zelsis. Zelsis will get the defuse. A 5th round goes on the board here for Swole Patrol. They barely get back into that site. 2 seconds left on the defuse.
That was a little too close for comfort. You know, I think if I'm in that case, if I'm Mame, he swung high, he swung low, but trying to play ring around the rosy between those those archways, that could have bought him a couple of... All he needed was 2 seconds. That's maybe, I don't know, difficult to stall. You know, when you're in that competitive environment, difficult to say. However, moving on to the round at hand, it is the full buy coming up from the side of Together. They've got an operator onto Mame, somebody that they trust wholeheartedly with that weaponry, and now looking towards A, something that they feel a little bit more comfortable over. And Mame says good night. Zelsis will be the one that takes him down. And a great start to the round for Swole.
I like watching Poach on this Cypher. Poach playing aggressively on long, putting a camera in similar territory, just kind of playing an off angle with the camera. The problem is they're taking up a lot of control right now of short, so they've got tree room control. That means Zelsis is going to need some backup real quickly. There's the play from Poach, though, so it finally comes through. We did miss it for a moment, but it was exactly what we expected to see. Meanwhile, you've got Zelsis up top. Does eventually fall to FNS, but Poach's play on long A has been a big part of that A-side defense. The Cypher in general has been a big part of that A-side defense for both teams. Akis now, with the door down, has a slight opportunity to make this work, but it's a 1-on-4.
Obviously using that res in the previous round. Not able to make it a 2v4, considering they invested a lot into the weaponry this time around. He may look to save, but he's kind of surrounded here. Around the corner, it's going to find Freakazoid now. Maybe trying to make his way through the window there. No one's there on the other side. Poach still lurking in the wings on the AC location and still looking on towards that spike. It's Akis with 10 seconds left on the clock. Not much can be done. I think he might just stick around in hell, but little does he know there are a few members above him. Josh, the Bulldog, trying to find out where he was. Picks up the operator, backs away, using that shot to connect with it. Saving now that weaponry. Another round on the board here for Swole. 11-6. Still a long way to go. 5 rounds to tie us up. Within those next 5 rounds, it is very possible for Together to turn things back around, but might not be this one because they've got pistols in tow.
I actually like seeing Poach try for all these creative camera plays. Look at the camera he just put up. Hold on. Hold on. That camera is ridiculous. What's he trying to look at? I don't know what it actually spots, though. It doesn't look like it spots much. I wanted to stay in Poach's eyes so bad, but I saw the push coming through, and I was like, you know what? Zelsis is going to get pushed in just a second. As soon as I do that, boom, the fight comes right to his doorstep.
I must read my
Cypher is so critical on this map. Cypher and Brim feel like you absolutely have to have them. Obviously, Sage is up there as well, but just the smoke so you can get that mid-aggression, that mid-play on your attack, smoking out the mid-arch. You have to be careful. You can accidentally land a smoke on top of this arch and give a one-way to the defense. I know this because I've done it, and it sucks. But Brim is like an essential play, and so is Cypher, and you can see what I'm talking about as you watch this defense over on B. Nice flame wall coming out from the Phoenix to give them some control of short. They've gotten tired of running at long as they know that they've pretty much ran into a brick wall in the form of Poach multiple times. Josh RT burns a lot. Down to 53, loses all his armor and half his HP.
Now with control of the courtyard. Gonna be looking towards B with 50 seconds left on the clock. The rotate.
I know exactly where.
Pretty much seals the deal on where they want to go. Neural Theft going to reveal the location where all the members are. Ness peeks the corner. Zelsis will be the one that takes him down, and now it's all up to Lasky here, defending this B site, trying to get into a position where he can do so effectively. Those smokes are going to come down once again. He's one tick away from the orbital strike, not able to get it there, as they will now start to funnel on, and around the corner they go. Lasky with one is quickly traded away. Still a couple more members on the site. It is going to be Josh waiting in a great position, but Akis will take him down behind the archways, and now a 2v3. Poach and Zelsis, they have duty to retake the site.
Spikes planted, and again, this B site's so hard to get into. Numbers advantage right now for the attacking side. And they got that heal out as well onto Cypher. This time, unlike the last time, they've got equipment to work with. And again, they've set up a triangular defense. You've got Kanachians here watching for the push downstairs. And just like that, 1, 2, 3. They lose their first player, but they're instantly there for the trades. That's the positional awareness coming out from Together. We are terrific, and together they are. When they have all those bodies on the site, they're able to lock things down. So now they need just one more. Despite this late game push from Swole Patrol to put a few rounds on the board, they now have to win 6 in a row to force it to OT.
Yeah, that 1 round buffer is no longer available. So Swole Patrol, against all odds, you know, I saw a couple of people in the chat talking about This would have been an amazing best of 3, and I agree. These two teams quite evenly matched. Probably have faced off against each other, at least some of the members, in their previous careers as well. And so this is kind of like, you know, they might even know some of their own tendencies or how they shot call or how they prepare for a match. And gonna start things off here with a kill onto Josh. Akis will find him.
Joke's over.
Trying to
You're
get control of
dead.
the courtyard, and now a 4v5.
Down.
They may be looking towards B as they've already tried to push it.
I like this, using the ult to lead in as well. Unfortunately, they do lose the spike. No one was really there on the follow-up. Mummy's going to go ahead and pop that ult, and all of a sudden this round's falling apart. You have the ult coming out, not doing much. The orbital strike does connect on towards B main, but doesn't do any damage. Meanwhile, you also found a kill coming out for the attacking side. That was Canoxians, who was working through mid. Still in the B site, you've got Finesse right around the corner. Finesse wants to hold, wants to throw that curveball out. Flame wall going up, but there's a bunch of bodies built up in the fruit market. You've got Mummy here with the op. Needs a wide swing from somebody in fruit market. It might just come his way. Celsius, though, starts to peek out. Doesn't give him much to work with. He's just waiting. There you go. Finally dropping the op, but unfortunately, it's only Mummy now. 17 seconds left. Mummy hit some great shots.
Area.
But that dart's not going to reveal much. One CT, one in sight, realizes that the op in his hands is worth more than what's right in front of him, the spike and the bomb site. Going to be running away to spawn. Good defense over on the B site, responding nicely to that ult, as the run it back didn't do them enough to get them into the site.
And now another round on the board for Swole Patrol, still holding on for dear life, but does look like Together are making it quite difficult for them. Despite a convincing defender-sided map, it has not been easy for them to defend these sites. Together have been successfully making their way onto the sites, but sometimes it's cost them too many members. And in the last 30 to 50 seconds, they don't have enough manpower or firepower to really deal with the remaining Swole Patrol members. So see if they're able to kind of address that. I mean, it's of course a difficult map to do so. But starting us off, they're going to be looking towards the courtyard, gaining a little bit of control. Smoke's going down galore. You're seeing it one after another. Now they'll send that owl drone in just to gather the rest of the information that they need.
Closing that door as well, making things a little bit harder. Heal going out from Akis, who's pushed up very far in mid. You can see the aggressive play currently from Lasky as well. Lasky pushed up into B main. Akis gotten all the way up to Pizza before deciding to fall back. Meanwhile, over on B, you've got the Cypher duel. Canoxians versus Poach, who's currently watching his camera, so not actually going to see Canoxians work his way in, but he's got those tripwires down. Akis goes for the res, so that'll be another player brought back into the fold. Deep smoke on mid. It looks like they're going to be executing towards A. And there's the tripwire going down. Poach, again, not shooting a dart, just calling it out. Making sure they understand, hey, there's people here, and Zelsis is the one that actually punishes off that. They're now trying to work their way into the site, but they're running low on bodies, and they're also running low on time. 30 seconds left as they finally start working their way up. The spike still hasn't been planted. Canoxians is going to get one, and now the spike will finally go down. You do have Sova, who's watching the top of that wall. That's Mame, waiting for the jump over. Not going to see anything as of yet. They're going to actually break the wall. It looks like they tried to jump it, but they couldn't get over it.
Oh, Mame. Great position from him. Finds Zelsis into the animation, dropping down. Akis from the side, all down to Lasky now. It's all falling apart. He's up above. He's got a lot to do here if he wants to win this for his team. But Swole Patrol will fall, and the champions of the loser semifinal, not the champions of the tournament, but but Together will move on.
Careful with that terminology.
Yeah, and RSS will know who they have to face up against coming up next.
Yeah, RSS, who lost earlier on one of our early games to start things out, going to be facing off against Together We Are Terrific. So we've got two long-named teams coming in. You've got RSS, and you've got the other one, which we can't unfortunately abbreviate. They know what they did. I like how last time we casted them, we figured it out. I was like, oh, I'm going to abbreviate their names. I'm like, wait.
Yeah.
No. Can't do that. So resetting sleep schedules, going to be playing against Together We Are Terrific. Again, it's another BO1. Looking at the performance that game, Finesse played great, 20 and 15 as the Phoenix. Akis, though, to me was the star player as the Sage, 22 and 10, 268 average combat score, aggressively took control of mid round after round on the attacking side, which was really, really important. One of the few players that was actually moving in that territory, consistently getting that mid control, trying to get that flank through market onto the B site. And it did work once or twice, but ultimately, again, it's a very tough map on the attacking side, so it's not as bad as Split in my mind. It's a little bit better than Split once was. Split now, obviously, a little bit less defense-sided with the changes that came to mid, and obviously also the changes to meta with the new introduction of Reyna. But looking at the way that they played that, it was clear that Together We Are Terrific and did their homework on Ascend.
Yeah, and now hopefully they will continue to push forward. You know, we'll see if Ascent gets played again, and if so, maybe Together are prepared, or RSS are even more prepared. That's something that we're going to have to kind of wait and see. But at least we know that there's flexibility in the map pool, and that's something that I'm sure you and I have been waiting for quite some time. But yeah, I'm excited to see RSS play up. I really like their ability to knock down the economy even on losing rounds, and we'll see if that's going to be a problem for Together We Are Terrific.
Well, we are going to go ahead and throw things to a break, but before we do, want to remind you guys, Nerd Street Gamers hosts weekly and monthly Valorant tournaments, but we also provide online tournaments for Call of Duty Smash, Rocket League, and more. Learn more at nerdstreetgamers.com. That's nerdstreetgamers.com, nerdstgamers.com. Head on over there, and you can see everything that we've got coming up in the near future. Make sure you guys enter. They're always open tournaments, guys. There's tons of open tournaments for all these games. So you guys have plenty of opportunities to compete. This is a $5,000 event with open sign-up, so anyone could have signed up and had their chance at the $5,000 prize. We are going to throw things to a very quick break, though. When we come back, it'll be the lower finals that we're jumping into, and after that, the grand finals. So the winner of this one going to be duking it out with Echo 8 in that grand final spot for their fair share of the prize. Stay tuned.
Dude, I haven't seen you since Chief destroyed the ring. I thought I lost you.
The cover's gone for now. Let's head back to base. We've got a lot to catch up on.
Alright, let's do this.
My name is Dr. Edward Rosero. I'm a sports medicine and rehab specialist over at Rothman Orthopedics. I currently serve as a team physician for a number of sports teams, including the Philadelphia Fusion. Exercise comes in 3 separate phases. 1 is flexibility, 2 is cardiovascular health, and 3 is strength. If you can get at least 20 or 30 minutes of cardiovascular exercise, it can be as simple as going for a short walk, getting on a bike, or even jogging or running can be adequate. In terms of strength training, usually you can get 2 to 3 times a week for about 20 to 30 minutes of good, solid resistance training. I would focus on the basic stuff that you probably learned in gym class, such as the push-ups, the sit-ups, the wall squats. If you have access to a pull-up bar, some simple pull-ups or chin-ups would be great. You don't have to get too crazy or fancy when you're at home, but something that just to really get the heart racing. And then finally, the last aspect that we're missing is flexibility. Flexibility for gamers would be more so for their neck, their lower back, and their hamstring leg muscles. Believe it or not, when you sit for long periods of time, you tend to get a lot of tightness in the buttocks and hamstring regions, which can play a part in affecting your lumbar or lower back.
Why did I choose Temple? I chose Temple because I love Philadelphia.
I wanted to find a school that was in a city.
Temple's really supportive of everyone, career-wise, internship-wise. They have a lot of opportunities for everyone, like study abroad. Temple students are so passionate, whether that's about their school, their major.
Just don't be shy to ask somebody, hey, what's your name or what you majoring in? Because I've made my best friendship so far that way.
And we are back and ready to jump into our lower finals now as we kick things off here, moving it towards the tail end of the tournament. It's going to be Together We Are Terrific versus RSS, Resetting Sleep Schedules, excuse me. Two teams whose names are too long to actually fit on the frickin' UI. Go for it.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing Ascent once again, something that I'm super excited to see. You know, always great to see some of the new flavors come through. I wonder if we'll see Reyna slip through the cracks as well, and especially in a map like an Ascent. I think it could be a great addition to an agent roster. But in just moments, we will find out who will be on the defender side and who will be on the attacker side. But pretty important for both these teams because it's do or die here. Loser goes home. Winner moves on to face off against Echo 8 in the grand finals. And it will be a Reyna, as well as a Jet, as well as an Omen. I love this spicy agent selection.
Interesting. We've also got the team names backwards. I'll switch that real quick. So RSS going with a little bit more of a peculiar loadout. Ultra was playing the Cypher before, now playing the Jet, so more of an initiator. You've got EU, who was playing the Brim, now playing the Omen. Kurt, who is playing the Sova, now playing the Breach. Zerg's the only one that's playing the same character, playing the Sage. And then Retzi, who was playing the Jet before, now playing the Reyna. Interesting stuff. So strange to see that big of a swap.
They're seeing together. They are on the attacker side to start us off. So for side of RSS, it's important for them to get a couple of rounds here to start us off. It's going to be the flash to break through. Finesse will get that kill. Kurt and Ultra will answer back, as well as Calypso making things even back to a 3v3. Now with that spike going down, here comes the retake from the side of RSS.
Finesse throwing down the hot hands, going for the heal, self-healing, and now tucking into the corner. I like this. That flash actually doesn't hit. It goes just above his head, so I'm not sure how that happens. You've got Calypso, though, coming through from main. The rest of the team dead. It's now just up to Calypso. Thought for sure we'd see a little bit more success, but it just falls apart. Great retake coming in from the defense here. Again, we've got double flash meta, so we do have the double flash meta. I wonder what happens if you sit under that door. Does it let you? I have a feeling it pushes you to either side. I know if you put a Sage wall up, it doesn't break the door and it doesn't break the wall. But yeah, we've got double flash set up. We've got Kurt and Retzi. And you can go for the breach flash and you can go for Lear as well. But haven't seen a combination of Flashpoint and Lear yet. Haven't seen that actually at all. We only saw Reyna played one other time. And
okay, Jade.
It was just kind of so-so.
You know, one thing that's pretty important to point out, and thank you to Smoke in the chat for pointing this out. There's been a little bit of a roster substitution there because Calypso looks like he was playing in Twitch Rivals today. And so now that they've got their full squad together, they might be a little bit more difficult to face up against. We're already seeing that difficulty come through as they will get 2 cool kills. Kurt will answer back, now all down to 1. Akis, the last one remaining. We'll get that spike down, but a 1v2 scenario for him. He's going to reposition here. He's got the Spectre in tow, so definitely not trouble for the hardware. 1 kill will come through. Retzi will be the one that gets taken down, and still has to make his way through towards the site. It's Zerg versus Akis, and a couple of those pre-fire shots. Akis is trying to buy time for that spike to get taken. Here we go. The defuse will come through, halfway done, and around the corner, Akis is just trying to peek through, stalling the time for the Diggle peek. The spray will connect, but it won't kill him down. And now committing to it, tries to get a little smooth moves going on the defusal, won't connect with it. And a great, you know, you usually win the pistol and you usually win the second, but a great fight back here on the side of together.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that, to be honest. I didn't even pick up on it, the fact that Calypso was back in play here. We had Mario before who was playing the Brim. So, interesting. A little juggle of roster, but it seems to be working out. Really well played there from Akis. Jiggle peek after jiggle peek after jiggle peek. After not losing any HP in a couple of those fights, finally swings wide. And you can see the high sensitivity spin move trying to go with that spin cycle to try and stop the kill from coming through. Look at this pistol play, though. EU gets aggressive. Ultra does so as well. It's working out really nicely. Canoxians from distance can't make it work. They've upgraded to rifles off pistols. This is fantastic now for the defense, who comes in with the thrifty round. And if you're on the attacking side, you're disappointed and you're frustrated because that was your chance here on a map that is heavily defensive sided to really build a volley of rounds back after losing the pistol. And instead, it just goes the other direction anyway.
Need a drop.
Yeah, now they've got, like I said, pistols in tow. Kurt here with the operator, an investment for himself and his team, hoping that that will pay off for them. And, you know, really interested to see how, as we get further and further along in this tournament, obviously only 3 teams remain, how these ascent strategies work through. Already Ultra, he's going to find 1, he's going to find 2, he's going to find 3 and 4, looking for the ace. We talked about his Cypher play. Why isn't he playing Jet? Wait, no! Ultra uses the updraft, gets in the air, does a 360, and tries to land and take out Mummy, but does not land the shot. Hilarious play there from him, but doesn't get the ace. But still, beautiful showing out of them. I mean, we said, why doesn't he play Jet? Well, here you go.
You know, I wasn't even thinking. You actually do have triple flash meta right now on RSS because you've got Paranoia. So you've got the Omen flash as well. So you've got 3 flashes. You can actually have a 4 flash meta. That would be so stupid, but you could do it if you put a Phoenix in there instead of the Jet. And all of a sudden, you just have the Sage as the only support character. You lose a lot of control because you wouldn't have like smokes or anything really, but interesting to say the least. Kurt goes for that quick peek with the off catwalk peeking out of the tree room. It's a fast elimination coming in. Meanwhile, over towards mid, it's Retzi who's getting things going, and Retzi's found one more. Goofing off right now as the Reyna. Full HP for the Reyna. Calypso, nice shooting onto Kurt, taking the op out of his hands. There's an Omen push through main, but Calypso wants to go on the backside. Continue that fight in towards spawn. And there's the door shutting, so at this point, they know that he's in this territory.
Oh, Retzi gonna feel that one in the morning. Calypso down now to a 1v2. No armor available for him, down to 65 HP. Does have the orbital strike. If he can get the spike down, he can at least try to delay, but with 30 seconds left on the clock, it's going to be a very difficult experience for him to do that. Now making his way through the courtyard. On the other side, it's Zerg. Still peeking in through the defender spawn. Unfortunately, no one's going to be coming his way anytime soon. He will very likely be the first responder here. It's going to be Calypso. Past the Kench now, making his way to the pizzeria. And around the corner, it will be Zerg, and turns his back. Very, very unfortunate. Zerg will get that kill. Another round on the board here for the side of RSS. 4 deep for them, but I think together are just trying to put another one on the board as fast as possible.
They will bring the op back out. It will be in Mame's hands. We'll see where they decide to send that op early. Would love to see it hold the cat push, as the cat push isn't exactly uncommon. You can see them, though, setting up for a tremor peek. So they're going to lay down the tremor. We'll go through the wall so you can see how it's going to affect them as they go for this peek. Oh, it's actually the ult coming out, Rolling Thunder. But there's no one there. There's only one way back. So it actually works out quite nicely initially, but Calypso was there for the trade as he was able to dodge that early Rolling Thunder. I like the setup coming in from RSS. The execution, though, goes to their opposition a little bit nicer.
All down to Kurt and Retzi now. Looks like they're going to be going towards B. Early shot misses from Retzi. Still trying to get around the corner. Using Lear to his advantage, but not an advantage you will find. He gets taken down by Finesse. Kurt now paying homage to the hacker spawn. Making a quick pit stop, but I think he will very likely hold on to the weapon. Does not need to sacrifice it for any particular reason. Let them have the round, let them have the win, and he can get a couple of exit kills. As it will be.
Can you jump off this map? I've never tried. I've never tried, but I'm curious.
I think it stops you. I think it'll stop you.
Because, like, in the training map, which is basically where this is centered around, like, if you fly into the third person, we'll fly up. And if you look around, you can see the aesthetic in general is very similar to that of the training map. You can jump off the training map. So, I'm kind of curious if you can jump off this map.
Well, I am looking at Kurt's perspective, and he inched very closely to the edge, threw off the frenzy, and then backed away. So considering how fearful he was of jumping off the, of letting his gun fly, I think you can fly off the side.
Yeah, someone who might know, please feel free. Also, if you look, a lot of these buildings in the distance, if you fly around in the third person, they're 2D. It's like flying around in like a city in a Western movie where it's just plywood facade. But if somebody in the chat knows, please let us know, because that's something I honestly wouldn't have even thought of. I've yet to actually just free play this map just to try and experiment with some fun camera placement or sage walls, which I've done on all the other maps. But I just haven't had the time to mess around with this one yet. I've been so eager to play, I didn't want to mess around. Zerg with the op here. Going to take down the Owl that's heading over towards B. You've got Finesse leading the charge with the ult. Running it back. Yep, all the way back to spawn. As the ult doesn't spot them anything. You've got Retzi inside the site playing as Reyna. Ult is there. Lear comes out. Dodging at least that initial Lear is the attacking side. Retzi's still on site here trying to make this work. Spots one up over the top. There's the Sage Wall boost that we were talking about the last time we watched this map in B main. So you can Sage Wall boost up over into the vents. You've still got EU back of sight, but EU is gone. It's all up to Kurt, the breach. Locking down spawn. Spike can be planted in a moment. Moving in with the op. Nice quick shot coming out from him, but Finesse is there with the immediate trade. And it will be a third round coming out now for the attacking side of Together We Are Terrific.
Personally, haven't seen a lot of Ascent, because obviously it is a relatively new map and not really seen too often at the top of competitive play just yet, considering there hasn't been many tournaments out since Ascent's been released. But this feels a lot more of a closer match than, at least on a defender side, for the side of RSS, that they should be at least, you know, punishing some of these rotations or you know, having not really the control that Together should have in the courtyard. I just feel like Together are doing a great job of pushing it through the sites and gaining control, and then executing on towards B or A or wherever they decide to go. I think somehow, some way, RSS can punish that.
I like this from Ultra going up on top of the arch. I don't think anyone would anticipate that. In fact, Akis was there, could have seen it, but just didn't expect a player to be up there. So his teammate dies, but in response, he gets the trade. He too will eventually fall. The dart's going to go down, shots in towards Market, let them know that someone's there. There's the res coming out, so it will be a 3-on-2. The spike being planted currently over in the site. If you were going to have a 3-on-2 anywhere, you'd want it to be in B, as it is a little bit easier to lock down. You can hear the jumps coming out here from the Jet. Look at Finesse getting close. They needed Bummy to get something going, though. And Finesse dodges the vision. Initially knows there's a second, and now it's a 1-on-1. And the flash is perfect. Right on the money, but doesn't capitalize. Ultra security shots going into the body of FNS. It'll be a 5th round, but a costly one here for RSS.
Wow. Too close
Cannot
to
jump off.
comfort.
Sorry. Didn't want to cut you off, but you cannot jump off. I saw somebody, Puns did the research for us, so Puns and Buns went into the map, tried it. You can't jump off, only throw guns.
So that's why he threw it. But he, for some reason, he was trying to be safe and trying not to fall off, which he was going full Minecraft.
I don't think he realized. I think he thought he could fall off.
Yeah.
I think he had the same question in his head that I had in mine. Because how many times do you go that direction and spawn? You never do. So you don't even realize that the spawn just drops off into oblivion. And in fact, on the other side of the map, if we look at defense spawn, it also kind of drops off into the oblivion.
Ooh, patience from Ultra. Pushing up aggressively, smoke down, headshot connected. But the resurrection will put us back to a 4v5. Ultra's just got the lay of the land, moving where he needs to, and he's grooving while he's doing it. He does end up falling to Akis, but EU getting really aggressive with his teammates. All down to Mame now. He's got the operator, and there is some riflery down below. He sees one exchanging some weapons by Bookstore, and Retzi will finish off with the headshot. defenders, another round on the board for them, 6-3. Still trying to keep that momentum going. Decided together they still have the weaponry, sorry, the credits to buy a couple of guns this round.
Again, we mentioned it, you know, mid control on this map is so important. And there's a couple different ways you can play it. You can play passive, let them run to you, or you can take the fight to their doorstep, which is exactly what we're seeing here from RSS. They're playing aggressive in mid, using smokes to gain control, smoking off mid connector over towards B side, and that's exactly how it's worked out. So you use the Omen smoke back mid, then they have been using the Omen smoke as well over towards mid connector. It looks like it's going to be an A play, though. They're going to be challenging Kurt, who's in position with the op. There's the ult coming out from the Phoenix. That'll let them know what's going on. Kurt from back behind the default box, going to go ahead and throw out that ult as well. Almost doesn't even need it. His teammate doing all the dirty work. EU goes aggressive and tries to push further, wants more blood to be spilled. Unfortunately, the blood that's currently littering the pavement is his own. It's a 4-on-2 numbers advantage, obviously, here for the defense, and Kurt has just been lights out with this op. Flash is going to come in. They're going to peek with the jet as well. Actually, it's Retzi who comes up with the kill. Ultra's a little bit ticked about that one. Looked like the knife was right in the skull when that kill came in for Retzi.
Yeah. So far, so good. 2 rounds remaining, though. And could still see a 9-3 half. It is something that we saw in the previous Ascent map that we had pleasure of viewing. And I have to say, up until this point, how do you feel this agent selection has kind of gone for the side of RSS? Obviously, we'll have to see how it bodes well on attack, but
yeah,
how do you feel so far after seeing a couple rounds of it?
I feel like ultimately they're just playing heavy aggressive, so the agent selection isn't necessarily a problem for them because they're just initiating contact everywhere. They're using the Omen, the Jet, and the Reyna super aggressively, which is kind of how those characters are intended to be played. My concern is when they get on the attack, whether or not they'll have the amount of control characters they're going to need to try and get into a site. They really only have like the Omen smokes. You've got Jet smokes, but Jet smokes kind of suck. You've got the Sage Wall and the Slow Orb as well. So you've got the barrier and everything, but they're really going to rely on entry power. So the question is whether or not that'll be enough.
Blocking sight.
Oof. 2v2 now. Operator in the hand. Still the rifles available for the side. RSS. It's a beautiful time to use the ultimate side of Omen, but he cancels it, makes his way back over to A, and now Retzi taking down Calypso. Make things a little bit more difficult for the remaining Omen player.
Canoxians knows there's one over towards main. Taps the spike only for a second.
Oh.
Yeah, that's brutal. That flash was dead on. Not much could be done there. EU just sends a paranoia in from A main. Another round in the chamber here. Again, we have to remind everyone that's watching, this is a very defensive-sided map currently. That will likely shift as time goes on. All maps natively will have a defensive side to it that has a little bit of an advantage. But what changes that is teams determining what the meta will look like, how to play the map properly, and what agent selection makes the most sense. I would not be surprised to see Viper come out more frequently in the future on this map. And I also think that Reyna will be a hard lock, in my opinion. Reyna is really, really strong right now. It'd be foolish not to use her in conjunction with some of the other character classes.
Zerg already taken out of the picture, and that picture is starting to look a little bit better for the side of Together. They'll find 1, 2, and 3, opening up the round up to Kurt and EU now. A couple of those 1, 2, 3 shots are not going to connect, and they will answer back with a couple of kills of their own. It's a 2v3 now, but all up to Kurt. He's the last one remaining. Mame with the operator, defense, attack, doesn't matter where you put him, he's able to make it work, and it has been impressive to watch so far.
Yeah, Anthony's the wide swing king. He just swings wide and just obliterates Kurt in the sight. Kurt didn't even see it. Snap of the fingers and he's dead. So we switch over to the second half, and now the question, how well will this transition over to attack? How well will this many initiators really work? Because, yeah, maybe you can get into the site, but how do you hold? You know, you're running light on that utility that you might need in a defensive position when you're actually forced to sit still. Like, when you look at that first half, yes, they played defense, but they moved towards their opponent. You're not going to leave the bomb site and leave the spike behind. You're going to hold. So how does that work in those scenarios? I'm really curious to see. Right now, they're feeling it, though. So just in a pure duel standpoint, they've been looking really strong. Canoxians loses his camera as they try to take control of long A. They pick up the orb, so he hears it. He's playing right on top of his tripwire. Might be a bit of an issue. There's the flash coming in, and the follow-up flash as well. There's that double flash meta. FNS is here, able to come back through from the window. The ice is down, but Mummy and he are working in pretty quickly, and actually FNS closes things out. They're picking up both kills coming through from short. So 5 rounds here on the board for Together We Are Terrific. The concern is, do you get into that eco trading that you did in the first half, where you were able to actually win the eco, and then you lost to an eco, and then it was just a chain of rounds in a row. You don't want to see that happen here now that you're on the defense.
Yeah. And in the matches that we saw previous, that is kind of RSS's specialty, right? Like, they can do a lot of damage with very little, and that's kind of their goal, you know? Keeping the economy down and keeping it a little bit more competitive. Seeing, for the side of Together, Phantom, Ghosts, Spectres, like, they've got a variety of weaponry in this upcoming round. EU already starting off with kill on Classic. They've got control of Courtyard, and now they have the pleasure of going wherever they want to go. It's looking like B. So.
See, it's rounds like this that make you realize just how rough it can be being on the defense and winning the pistol. Because now they're here and they're like, well, do we buy full? What do we do? So they spend some money and they could lose that money. Luckily for them, Canoxians is on the flank. Aegis also did opt to spend a little bit more. Brought the Phantom into play, but we talked about this earlier. A lot of teams saving to buy, sometimes just using the pistol and putting armor behind it, using that money for more kit. In situations like that, it can backfire horrendously. So even just a few SMGs in play, as much as it hurts your first buy, it's better to lose your first buy than it is to lose the second round. At least that's my opinion. So, you know, I would rather come into the third round with SMGs, stomp out in the second round, and fall back on a save, but have a full buy coming in the round after that. It's kind of an awkward scenario. I'm wondering if we'll see long-term economic changes by the developers to prevent that from being possible.
Oh my goodness, Ultra, he gets so aggressive onto Aegis through the fish market, and they will still continue to try to push through. Remember, this is the full buy from both these teams, or rather just full buy from the attacker side after losing 2 straight. They're looking for B, and now that flash is going to come through. Aegis! Oh my goodness! And Finesse off from the side. Aegis, his screen was hex code hashtag FFFF. He could not see anything. He was just white across the board and still able to spray down through all of that. Just insane play coming out from him, and Finesse to follow it up. Rough round that you're on average, like, you win the pistol, you win the SMG, and then you lose the full buy, but defender-sided map really proving to be a problem here for RSS.
Aegis is kind of the star player when we watched this team play previously, and he's continued in similar fashion. Aegis playing so well on this map. It was on the attack last time, taking pretty strong control of mid. Now it's on the defense over towards that B site. You've got Finesse in the corner over towards Pizza. His team in the market. Finesse, one of the few players you'll see ADS with that rifle. And Calypso easily finds 2 kills. Finesse is having a hard time figuring out where he was getting shot from. Thought for sure we would see Finesse get the kill on the player going catwalk. Doesn't end up being that way, but it doesn't matter. The defenders survive with 4 up. So we are all tied, and it's been all Together We Are Terrific in the second half. That's not to say that we won't see RSS get their foot back in the door, but again, it is quite difficult here on the attacking side of Ascent.
And for the side of RSS, you have to wonder, what can you do? What strategies can you implement?
Right there.
Try to take down Together. We talked a little bit about Courtyard control. Hasn't really been working too much. They're kind of divide and conquering now at this point. Couple of members down towards Gelato.
Joke's over. You're
Other members going through the market. The courtyard, but so far a trade of kills. Nothing really too important quite yet, and just business as usual for Together. They get control of the courtyard, then they back away.
Nothing spotted by Finesse after that opening kill as well. So Finesse gets the opening kill over towards B connector, but doesn't spot the players deep on Cat. So they're going to be walking up Catwalk right now, right into Calypso. It's all about timing on this peak. Calypso's got 2 bodies right around the corner and 1 back towards B main. There's the shot right under the op. I believe he saw a body now building up. There's the Lear coming in as well. Calypso trying to get around the corner. Great movement as well. Even shuts the door. Almost got the shot down. Doesn't quite get that in time. Finesse is waiting though, and he will greet them with arms wide open. 9-8. As Together We Are Terrific take the lead here. They haven't had it all game. This is the first time. They only tied it once in that first half, and that was in round 2.
Now for them, they're in the driver's seat. They are happy to keep on going on. It's fortunate for RSS now. Economy not in the greatest place. They've got a couple of pistols here, some SMGs. And it's the double op play. Calypso and Mame looking to get some damage done. And you can see they're already poised towards the courtyard. It's going to be world of hurt here for RSS. EU going to be one of the first responders trying to push through, as well as Kurt. Somehow avoids the recon bolt. He's going to get up close and personal with Calypso. Around the corner to the Shadow, going to be a great help, but not over to Kurt. As Calypso blindly shoots through, finds 1 kill. EU as well will trade it back, but Mame on the op will have an answer. Now the 3v4 Spike picked up. Where are they going to go?
Well, it looks like they're going to be challenging
over
over towards the A site. You've got the Jet here. Hits the tripwire. Tries to go ahead and just dash on into the site. Not going to be happening. So the Jet tried to engage and just didn't work out. Hit too many tripwires in their path. Again, Together We Are Terrific now spreading that lead out even further. We mentioned it. Like, yeah, that first half looks rough. That's how it's going to look for everyone. That's going to be this map, at least for now, until we see if that changes. It might not change. It might be this way for a while. It might be like Split. But early on, it's going to be a defense-sided, and you can see that playing out here.
Canaxians alongside. Enemy down. Get aggressive here in AC. It's going to be a quick trade of kills. That Spike was pushed a little further back. Now the 4v4. RSS have the weaponry to play. They'll look like they're trying to set up towards this A. And
look at Finesse.
Position here for Finesse. Oh my goodness, it's just 2 kills. EU will answer back, but it may not be enough. EU now down to a 1v2. Still going to try to push in through the tree room. Just waiting on the other side. He's getting gunned down by Calypso. The operator shot will connect. And 8-11, it's already starting to be closer and closer towards the end. RSS need to find that answer. Need to find it soon.
Yeah, I didn't want to cut you off there, but Finesse was just sitting on that box on Cat, watching that dark cover, waiting for it to dissipate. As soon as it fades, they're just sort of staring out into no man's land. Like they had no idea that anyone would be there. Breach is going ahead and hitting that Rolling Thunder, and then the Sage is right there as well, and there's just nothing that could be done. EIU did hit some nice shots in that round, but ultimately it was all for naught. So there's the aggressive smoke play in mid, using those smokes on Beacon to try and keep them from pushing out into mid. You can hear the door being closed as well. That should be over on the B site. Yes, it is. Mummy's actually going to come up with a rare miss. They're going to take down his recon dart as well. And yeah, there you go. They just charge their way past the defense. You've got Akis in spawn. Akis tries to come through. Will catch Ultra, who's been the star player, but it is a 3-on-3. The door is going to have to get destroyed here as they themselves closed it.
You will not kill my ally.
We'll get that res back up, but EU will punish it down. Naxian pushing through Calypso. Going to trade that kill back, as well as Finesse down to the 2v2. That Spike's been down. Now Finesse going to try to speed his way back around through the fruit market. Now they'll divide and conquer together. Make sure that they get this Spike defused. An important round for them to continue their momentum. That Blaze Wall could be going up. They'll rotate back around the hut. One going to be in the back of site, and one looking in the complete wrong direction. Finesse will punish that. The rotation is good from Calypso as well to assist in the buddy system. That spike will be defused, and it's map point here. For Together We Are Terrific.
Felt like it was such a difficult round to lose. You know, they had the site. It was locked down. But then something happens. I don't know what. They both just got distracted by that flame wall and that molly. They kind of just tunnel sighted. They had tunnel vision on that back stairwell instead of watching the short path towards the site. So a little bit disappointing there for RSS. Together We Are Terrific, looking to fight their way back into the grand finals here with a victory in round number 21. If they can pull it off, they'll be facing off against a team in Echo 8 who has been so incredibly good. And Echo 8 will have that one map advantage as well in a BO3, so could go 1-0, or we could be going the distance in that series. Only one way to find out. We'll be jumping in that one next. Early Hunter's Fury coming out. Does connect, does some damage, doesn't get the kill though. The Reyna will barely survive in back mid. The Sage is still up, but they don't have a res. They've got the Omen ult as well, so EEIU or EU could potentially get behind enemy lines with that ult and try and swing things in their favor. Obviously, the audio cue makes it very difficult.
No more Still has the ability to use it though, like you're saying. Paranoia can be try to use to flash it through, but Canaxians 1-2 Calypso with the 3. Sweet and simple for the side of Together We Are Terrific. They will come out victorious and move on to face their opponent Echo 8, which quite honestly, those two have some history in the Nerd Street Gamer Opens.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you watched that at all from Canaxian's perspective. He just gave you a masterclass on how to play counter Reyna. So literally sees it come through as soon as it's midair, just starts spraying away at it. Kills the Leer before it even sends out a pulse, and then they line up trying to peek, thinking, okay, he's aiming up, maybe we can get a shot in, or maybe he's even flashed, and he just crushes it. Like, really well played in the tree room by Canaxians. So yeah, Together We Are Terrific. Moving on to the grand finals to face off against Echo 8 as RSS just couldn't quite find enough in the tank. Despite the strong first half, the attacking side left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, and moving into this next match here for Together We Are Terrific, it's the map advantage for Echo 8. So they have a lot of work to do. We have to win 2 straight, I believe, in order to come out victorious. So very interested to see how they are going to be able to fight through. Of course, the map pick and ban, the map veto going to be probably the most important part, depending on which map these teams are comfortable playing with. But it's grand finals, baby. It's the moment we've been waiting for the whole day.
Yep. Now, we are going to throw things to a quick break, but before we do, I want to remind you guys, this isn't a one-off. We don't just do one Valorant event. We do several weekly and monthly Valorant tournaments online. Register today and compete against some of the top Valorant talent for prize pots of $1,000, $2,500, and that's right, this event right here, up to $5,000. Open entry. Whoever signs up can compete. It does not matter what your skill level is. You might bomb out in the first round, but at least you'll have fun trying and facing off against some of the bigger names in Valorant. So I recommend that you guys sign up. Head on over to nerdstreetgamers.com. That's NERDST gamers.com for more information. We are going to go ahead and throw things to a very quick break, though, guys. And when we come back, it will be the grand finals here for our $5,000 Valorant Open. Stay tuned.
Hey Mike, you ever feel like we're missing something? Come on, Ike. We have kebabs. We have a fan. Oh. And we have music. What could we possibly be missing, Ike? Yeah, I guess you're right. Wow, that sounds like a big one, Ike. That's it. That's what we needed. We needed more Mike and Ikes. It's been so long. I forgot about our legacy, Ike. I just wish there was a way to get more. But it's the last box. The last box on this deserted island. Wait, if E equals MC squared, and Mike and Ikes are made out of fruit, and fruit grows on trees, then based on the principle of candy versus the square root of the circumference of the earth, then... Huh. I can't believe that worked! I guess they are fruit flavored. Oh, good one, Mike! Yes!
You're the last one. Complete the mission.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we jump into our grand finals. That's right, we finally made it here. The grand finals just about to be underway. And it's going to be Echo 8 versus Together We Are Terrific. Echo 8 coming in from the upper bracket has a 1-0 advantage. First map's going to be split. Second map's going to be Haven. Bind would have been the third had we ever needed it, but having a 1-0 means you don't. I'm your host, Bach. Joining me on the broadcast all night long has been Simo. We're almost done. We're right at the finish line.
I can hear it in your voice. We're excited. Hey, listen, at the end of the day, grand finals is exciting because it's the most contended, best of 3 or best of 5 or whatever, but also because it's the end of the tournament. It's kind of bittersweet. It's been a great ride so far alongside you, Bach, and I'm excited to see this last and final match. And we're going to be going to split, something that, has been changed a few times, opening up the mid lane a little bit, removing some of those tight corners, and we'll see how these two teams play around it. But I have a feeling that the team that gets to defend first is going to really struggle in that second half. We'll see how they adapt, but it will be Echo 8 on defense to start us off and Together on the attack.
Yeah, so we will go ahead and jump into the game so we can see the loadout. We're actually going to see Echo 8 starting on the defense, and Brando again swapping off the Sova to play the Reyna. We saw this earlier in the night, and they're going to do it again here. On the opposite side, you've got the standard 5 for Together We Are Terrific. They always rock this 5. Mummy on the Sova. Canoxians was on the Cypher earlier. Akis plays the Sage. He's played the Sage when he's played for other teams as well, including when he subbed in for the now TSM, back when they were Mouse Spaz. You have Finesse playing on the Phoenix, and then you've got Calypso on the Brim. So it's an interesting team composition with the Reyna and the Raze here on defense for Echo 8. And by the way, this is a mirror image of the last time these two teams faced off in the grand finals. Last time, it was Echo 8 who came in from the lower bracket, and Together We Are Terrific came in from the upper, who won with the first map victory. Now they have the opportunity for revenge, but it doesn't start out well here with Akis picking up that kill, taking control of mid.
Yeah, from there they can decide that they want to go towards A. So far, playing the patient game a little bit more. Superman, not really sure why he didn't decide to go through ropes, going the long way around, and it might benefit him in the long run. But little does he know, behind him, Mame going to be following him exactly the same way through the sewers, and now he's actually going to start sprinting through. Hopefully Superman can hear this.
He's got the
now
spike.
Backing away the shot. Oh, so close. And with that spike down, this might all fall apart here for Together.
You've got Rek on site still, playing as the Sage, playing on the backside of the sign as well. Great shooting from Rek, who runs out of ammo. But again, the big problem, Superman's got the spike down in sewers, and you've still got Brando up on high. What a peculiar pistol round this ends up being as a result. The spike was on B, lurking solo, because I think the initial plan was to go B, but then it all falls apart. The Phoenix now has to go back and grab the spike with 10 seconds left. I don't think there's really a chance that he can even get this defuse. He has to take that straight fight, and Brando's going to have none of that. Throws out the Leer and picks up the win here for Echo 8 on defense.
That was just ill-timed for the side of Mame. Not much he can do other than, he was walking through the sewers, minding his own business, did not expect Superman to be there. But you have these crazy Crossfire players coming out and making it work. And on the side of somebody like Superman, really that was the hero play that turned things around for the team. Now they'll have that round advantage, and they'll lock and low with some SMGs for this second round.
We'll see how they approach the buy. I like this. Echo 8. Maybe they were watching. Maybe they heard us talking. Who knows? But they were like, hey, you know what? Probably should just spend the money here and get the SMGs. Don't roll the dice and hope that you can survive with just pistols. I also think it's interesting that Rek is playing defense on A, using that wall on A. A little bit of a change of pace. The satchel kill onto Akis. It looked perfect. He just sort of underhanded that one. Just the flick shot. Looked like a layup. Just finger rolls the satchel into that little gap between the box and the plat. Canoxians now the only one left alive. Canoxians over on the A site. Here's the footsteps in sewers. That loud, mucky, splashy sound that is new with the most recent update when the game went live in full release. It's loud. It's real loud. Canoxians tries to drop in, but you can see Aaron holding that down. Now, I touched upon this before, and I don't want to just keep talking forever, but for a long time, Sage was like the lockdown on mid. You use Sage every round in mid because it was easily locked off with a Sage wall, Brim, Molly, Slow Orb. Like, you got so much mid control. They recently changed it. You can still wall across to this box, but you can do the kind of like janky boost over the box. The wall doesn't go over the box. It just goes right up to it. So you can actually boost over that box and potentially get a backside flank if they're not anticipating that play.
I still think, though, as well, the changes to mid, pushing the defender's barrier back, doesn't give them enough time to prepare until you see that's why, somebody like Superman, he's playing all the way back up in heaven to see if anyone's going to be pushing in through mid. So giving the attackers a lot more space to gain mid control, and then from there, they decide what they want to do. Maybe that's why you're not seeing the same.
I would actually like to see them make mid longer. Like, when you come in through sewers or mid connector, like Market or Ramen, you're further back in mid. We'll talk about that in just a moment. We'll go into like the big map and we'll take a look at it. But I feel like that could make the play on mid a little bit more interesting, as you would have a deeper mid play. So you'd have to use like a serious amount of utility, because otherwise you'd be peeking into long lines of sight against an op, or maybe if you had a weapon disadvantage. Here, though, they're going to be charging towards the A side, and Rek is going to call it out like, hey guys, I need some support. Wall's going to go down. That'll at least give him some time to work with, but they make quick work of that wall, and oh, Rek! Blind! Destroys Finesse! Almost had a chance, too, for a blind shot into the backside of Canoxians, who was staring at heaven, watching for that last player reformed who's coming through.
All up to him now. He's got a Phantom, and against 3 players on together, the odds are you don't win that one. So he's going to back away, save the weaponry, of course. Winning the SMG does not really always guarantee you a win the round after. Of course, saving the SMGs is smart, but I feel like we're going to be debating the second round of any half for the tall. For as long as Valorant will exist, we will always be debating the economical repercussions of round 2 and round 3. Unfortunately, for the side of Echo 8, they will not win this round.
So looking at the mini-map, just talking what we were talking about, I would love to see like Ramen curl down towards attacker spawn and have mid go all the way back down towards spawn, and then have sewers almost cut back the other direction. So instead of curling up towards mid vents, it curls down towards attacker spawn as well. So it extends mid and makes it harder to control mid. I know people will be like, won't that make it more defensive friendly? Maybe. I'm kind of curious to see, like, mid right now feels like it's just too tight quarters sometimes. It feels claustrophobic. And maybe they can make it wider. I don't know what it is. But one of the reasons why it's been so easy to control is because it's so claustrophobic, and because you had so many choke points you could just wall things off. The change they made is good, and I'm excited to see how it's going to adjust the average scoreline at a competitive level. But based on my own experience, it hasn't changed much. It's still very much a defensive-heavy map, and it's just not as bad. Like, instead of, a 9-3 being a good half, maybe 8-4 is a good half. It only really swayed it a little bit.
Ooh, Molotov in a great place, pushing Aegis back. There's a little bit of control here in mid, but it's that barrier orb. It's blocked off their way, and they can only go one way. Postal up into heaven is the way they will choose to go. There are 2 members on the other side, Reformed as well as Superman. He'll be taken out first, but Reformed will answer back. 1, 2, 3, looking for the 4th, not going to connect, but now down to a 2v3. Held on to heaven with dear life, and it cost him that, but he got 3 kills to boot. Now a 2v3. They will still look towards B. Brando getting a frag and healing back up to full is all up to Mame now. He's got a tall task ahead.
Yeah, Mame does pick up 1. We'll also drop Brando, who's playing the Reyna. That box also no longer spammable from heaven, so that's a more recent change. You hear the satchel come out, so he turns instinctively to his left. There was not a jump coming in. It was just a satchel toss coming out from Aaron. So they win one, lose one, and the money kind of awkward. They've got 3 that can buy, but it's not a great buy. They're going to go for it anyway. Their kit's going to be a little bit light, but the others can't really buy much of anything. Let's see what they decide to do.
Is this the force buy?
Yeah. Mummy hasn't bought yet because I think he wants to save and try and max out his money as much as possible for the op. If they continue. No, never mind. There he is. So he does buy. That'll be the biggest problem for them. It's trying to balance their money outright so that they can get an op in his hands in this first half.
Yeah, that's... I mean, that is like a win condition for them. You know, playing through Mame, who can get these great angles and use the op to great effect. You always want somebody who can use the op to great effect, especially considering it's pretty much one-hit kill, does a lot of damage, can get some nasty collateral plays, a lot of uses for it. And especially in a map like Split, if you're going to be fighting or defending A, you have great opportunity to fight from distance.
Aaron wants to throw a nade here so bad. Aaron desperately just wants to put a nade down. There's the nade coming out. Will it do enough damage? The Phoenix going to run right past it. FNS somehow gets onto site, gets hit by the Leer. The tracking dart is down. A second Leer coming out. Both Leers kind of being wasted as Phoenix was a bait play with that ult. They've actually decided to kind of double back and go towards mid. Superman's going to be coming in from heaven. There's the ult coming out, though, to force them back. I really like the play because now they're stuck back behind this one. The problem is Reyna just ulted, but Reyna's not on the right side of the map right now. So Superman going through the smoke, catches them off guard. 1-2 for Superman. Good damage follow-up as well as the Sova's very low. You've got Reformed on site. Needed to take that fight with the Phoenix FNS coming through from main. Aaron spots the backside of Calypso. It's all onto the Phoenix. And the satchel's already down. Aaron just baits that one out nicely. Well played. Brando pops the ult. Doesn't have as much of an impact in the round as I would have liked to see from the Reyna, but that's also because you're used to pub play where Reyna just runs around and kills everybody and goes invisible, and it's totally stupid.
There's a buddy of mine that I play Valorant with, and let's just say that Reyna has made him play it a lot less.
I actually think it's hilarious. Like, I don't hate on it that much. But it is frustrating when, like, out of nowhere, the person who was just in front of you disappears, and then you have no idea where they are, and all of a sudden they're behind you.
Yeah. Well, see how Reyna shifts and changes throughout the upcoming weeks, considering the developers do such a great job of keeping the game fresh and exciting. So far, Aaron has been doing that duty for us here in the match at hand. 2 quick kills to dissuade the push towards A. But it is going to be the pistol round here for the side of Together. So for them, it is the duty of trying to knock down a couple of players out before they get out. And so far, Calypso is going to do that job quite well. 1 and 2 around the corner. Going to try to flick, but the flick will be denied by Reformed. And another round going over to Echo 8.
Important to note, too, I'm pretty sure this was the pick for Together We Are Terrific. Echo 8 are the ones that picked Haven, which would make more sense. They've played Haven pretty significantly. They've played Bind a lot. We haven't really seen them play Split much. That's usually been a little bit less of a pick from anyone in our tournaments. But watching them pick early on, I thought it was Finesse who said we pick Split. So maybe thinking they could pull a fast one and catch them off guard with the Split pick. But again, I mean, it is a defensive side of the map, so there's still opportunities here. We could just be seeing the way the map plays out by default. Give it time, and we'll likely see things shift just a little bit. Reformed playing on Heaven right now with the camera, just looking down the stairs currently. 2 traps set up. Cyber cages, one after the other. Tripwire is actually over on the A side. So, wow, interesting setup. And Superman actually gets the kill onto Mummy. That's huge with the ult.
They resurrected him back up. He was taken out because they knew exactly where they had taken him down. Well, obviously, X marks the spot on the map. They're just going to run right through the fire and the flames. Reformed are going to take down Akis. They've done such a great job of holding this postal room, not allowing Together to try to push through. They're going to try again one more time. On the other side, it's going to be Reformed right into the face of the cyber cage. Calypso's going to have to wait it out, and with 40 seconds left on the clock, they're going to have a a lot of time to execute. Reform going to find one. He's been the hero of this entire place here. Heaven, Postal, he's got it on lock. Rec will finish that last and final kill. Beautiful stuff so far coming out from Echo 8.
Yeah, that almost fell apart. Superman had that whiff in the B site onto Finesse. Now all of a sudden you have Finesse coming through on the B site. He's pinched. He's got to get in that awkward corner. That was one of the more recent changes. Prior to the last update in the beta, saw the shift of this corner in Heaven. Went from being square to then adding this angled wall. It makes it really difficult to hide in that corner because now you're visible in mail from the players pushing into mail. So he's got to keep his eyes on both sides, and he's concerned about whether or not he's going to get peeked. So it was obviously an issue. They continue to challenge Aaron, who's over here playing ramp. He's got it on lockdown. A nade right now would do heaps of damage, but not even going to get an opportunity. Nice shooting from Finesse. Quickly taking down the looming threat of Aaron. Finesse will die as he goes into the tripwire, and that's going to be Rec, who pops off over here. You can hear the back and forth flashing. It's Calypso, who somehow with the ghost actually gets a kill, but it's going to be Rec who caps off the 4K on the round 7-1. The wheels came off for just a moment, but this train keeps on chugging.
4 rounds remaining here in the half. It's a 7-1 scoreline for the side of Echo 8. And for the side of Together, they don't really have many opportunities left to turn things back around, you know? Still going to be waiting for their opportunity to showcase what they're capable of, but I think Echo 8 have just done such a great job in this first half. Especially on a map like Split, you expect Together to at least make a dent in the armor, but so far it's just been a little...
Oh, that's a little bit frustrating for Finesse. Aaron's nades haven't really been sent out on long all the many times we've seen the body build up in that territory. We've wanted to see the nades used, but they just hadn't been. Now, this is something that's been interesting. They've been playing mid pretty passively, kind of giving them mid control, but they're using tripwires to prevent them from being able to take control events. So that wire's down. They can't get below it. They can't go over top of it. So they have one option. Either there are two options, really. They can shoot it or they can turn around. So you can see Aaron's in position. If they do decide to shoot out that wire, he'll be ready for them on the other side, but he's got to be careful. They might potentially spot the beat, and there you go. Aaron sees that wire get shot, but unfortunately goes down in the battle. But you've got Reformed, who's already in position here in Heaven. They're coming through, but I don't think they anticipate someone being this far up. Akis falls very quickly.
Still now down to the 2v3. The spike will go down.
I know exactly where.
This is where they'll call that retake into play. The Neural Theft going to give the locations of the remaining members, and they'll have a pretty good idea now of where they'll be coming from. Mame holding there with the operator. It'll connect, switching directly over to the Hunter Fury. Try to tag a couple of those members. Switching back because he knows that his time is limited. Already down to one player here, Brando. He's going to be swinging in close, keeping it close to his heart. 1 through 1 will come out, getting on target, pushing through, hopping around the map, and it's going to be Canaxians that'll take him down and put another round on the board here for the side of Together. Second one for the half.
Yeah, that awkward play coming out there for Brando. Trying to take advantage of those abilities of Reyna to get past him. Couldn't quite get around the sign, takes a little bit of damage, and at that point, the one-on-one is heavily favored to Canaxians. So, a second round. I guess that's something. But with the way that things have been playing out, they need to find at least 2 more to consider this half somewhat successful. Again, they've played mid really passively. They're really not trying to take fights. They're just using the Cypher equipment to just kind of give them mid. But then they know where they're at. So just using that intel as much as possible. I really like that.
You're dead.
I like this play. That's getting aggressive. He's running back, gonna find one, gonna find 2 despite the leer right in his face. And that'll open up the round. Another member as well falling down to the 2v5. And they'll get that spike right over to A despite the aggression towards B.
Cage triggered.
Oh, Reformed. A few shots to the belly of Finesse. Rec didn't have eyes on B. Main couldn't quite see the push come through. But, you know, again, they've lost A. The spike is not even planted on B. It's all just a joke. You've got Calypso now playing mid-cubby. Should be able to get a free kill onto the Sage here. Knife him. Knife him. Aww. No knife. I will say this. Knifing in this game is so awkward because the animation doesn't really feel the same. But on top of that, there's no bonus. Like in Counter-Strike, you get an additional cash influx for going for the knife. In this, it's just like to humiliate the other person. It's really just to make a statement.
Well, I think one of the big things in regards to that is, well, there's no blood. And maybe the blood is the satisfying part. You know, it gushes out when you backstab somebody right in the back, or the noises that are made. And I feel like devs have tried their best to avoid having those specific details in the game. But, you know, I feel like the attack here, they're ready to go. They want to push him towards A. They've already got control of the ramp. It's Calypso. He's going to find Aaron. The aggression not going to work out for the defense, and they'll have to back away and let the attackers have to play.
Well, Akis tries to go for the wall boost, the barrier orb over top. Doesn't really pan out for him. You've got Rek, who's currently in heaven. Not sure if Rek realizes there is bodies built right around the corner. You've got Finesse here as the Phoenix. Just waiting to make the play. They're building up outside A. There's a smoke coming down to make things a little bit harder. They're playing this one really slow. Finesse might go into this and throw a smoke or a flash through with the curveball, but currently just sitting inside it a la CSGO, waiting for that smoke to fade. But the clock is becoming a problem. They're running low on time here. They're going to need to make a move. You've got the Reyna ult up as well, so Reyna's up in heaven. And there's the Reyna ult coming out. And Reyna pops the ult, makes it so difficult for them to push past. There's the invis flying in. No, can't get the gun back out in time. That's huge. That's actually a massive problem, as now the site's lost, and Reform's trying to retake from spawn. Brando mistimes that play, tries to get out in front of them, but instead just kind of lands in the middle of nowhere and gets obliterated.
Oh, last round here in the half, 7-4. Very possible that we could see a 7-5 finish of this half. We are seeing the economy in a very tough spot for the side of Echo 8. They'll still force the issue on the buy, but may not have been the weaponry that they have desired. Now, what could that mean for the second round? What could that mean for the second half? Together, considering they've been able to stave off a slightly defender-sided map, they will be in the driver's seat in the half to come, unless Echo 8 proves that they can tango with the best. We're just going to have to wait and see after this round.
Really feel like they were playing A so well early on with Aaron on the ramp. There's the recon dart going in, kind of giving away the position of Aaron. Aaron's got to be careful now because they've got full ramp control. And Aaron's actually going to rotate off. They've got Calypso, who found two, who are pushing in through B main. So now they've lost their B side defense. But no, it's likely still to be an A play. The spike is still back in this territory. You've got Sage, who's now getting aggressive. Rek might be able to find something. Nope, never mind. Canoxians is holding for that. This round is quickly falling apart. You can see Calypso is now rotating back around. It's a 1v5. So a 7-5 half. Really not that bad here for Together We Are Terrific.
All up to Reform now. It's got a bulldog and a dream, and so far the last 3 rounds have been an absolute nightmare for Echo 8. Not had the ability to really tango here. A couple of shots already ringing through. Reform with 2. And a 1v3 now, a little more doable, but Calypso will nip that in the bud quite quickly. Now moving on to this second half. 7-5 finish, Echo 8 in the lead by 2. But I don't presume that'll last for long, considering now Together on the defensive side. They will probably feel a lot more comfortable. And really, the last time these two teams met, Together We Are Terrific did come out with the win. So this is, in fact, Echo 8's opportunity to really try to fight their demons and try to answer back.
Calypso currently at the top, 13-9. 12-8 for Reformed on the opposite side, who played really well early on. locking down Heaven, making it almost impossible. There's that tall toss coming out. That's the crossing toss from the Cyber
Deploying
Cage.
drone.
More standard defense here in mid with Akis putting that wall down early. Nice ding shot coming out from the Sage. That's the Brim getting dropped low, but obviously a quick heal coming out from Rek as they now group up. Back in back mid, and again, putting some presence on B main. Doesn't really look like they know where they want to go early on, just sort of fanning out, looking for information. Now they're grouping up in mid. We might see a 5-man mid push into Heaven to try and take control of Mailroom, Heaven, and then drop into that B site. If that's what they decide to do, they do have the Sage waiting on the other side. It's Akis who's here. Akis not able to find that early kill, so they're going to be running past. Akis, though, does end up connecting, eventually taken down by Brando, who's on the retreat.
Wow.
Finesse just cannot come out on top of that duel. And there's the self-heal as well from Brando, who's now moving in around the backside. It's all up to Mame. 1-on-3. The dart's going to come down, but they're not going to be able to stop it, and Mame is just getting shot from all sides, just peppered up left and right by silenced bullets. An 8th round on the board for Echo 8, but an 8th round that honestly should have come in the first half.
Yeah, especially in those last 4 rounds. Feel like there were a lot of opportunities to try to turn things back around, but unfortunately, together we are terrific. They've started to find their rhythm, you know, and I really think that specific round that we just witnessed on the pistol was Reyna kind of at her max capacity. Actually, not really. The ultimate wasn't available, but kill, heal, kill, heal. 1v1s, very deadly up against a Reyna, especially back-to-back 1v1s. We'll see how the SMGs now start to pan out for the side of Echo 8. They're obviously looking to make a dent on some rounds that they should have made up in the previous half, but so far just spread out, gathering information on the Together roster.
Reformed, using that Cyber Cage to sneak out onto A. Did he get spotted? No. Finesse has no idea that he crossed. So might be able to swing wide and battle off against Finesse, but just a little bit of movement is all it takes to send that first shot flying the wrong direction. Part of that is due to the nature of the erratic Bulldog roided up SMG. They're going to be taking mid control, jumping up onto platform, using that smoke to cover off the window. And there's the Lear going out as well, the flash. Aaron using it to get into vents, but they've got a lot of players waiting on the other side. Akis is one of them. Now that they've taken vents control, they're going to try and go back towards the A site. Mummy is here with just a pistol. Mummy somehow gets the first one and actually manages to escape. His teammate dies as Superman punishes, but they're going to be able to get that spike across. The fact that Mummy even gets 1 kill but then also survives. Wall's going to go down across spawn from the Sage, so they'll be able to plant back sight without a problem. And they've also got the stim pack on the ground to speed up that fire rate of these SMGs.
Yeah, they're going to start to poke through. Canoxians will come out with a frag, but still the 4v3. They'll look down the ramp, but now head back up towards Heaven. Kind of split up that double duty. Canoxian is still looking down. It's Rek that'll find that frag. Superman up on the ledge. They'll shoot down, but little do they know he's waiting for them to file on in. They'll start to do that here. The spray is good. 2 kills will go down. Brando will finish off that last and final one. A 9-5 start here for Echo 8. But for how long? Because now we'll see that full buy come out here from Together. They're ready. They want revenge. They want to take us to map number... It would be map number 3 in theory, but map number 2.
Yeah. In case you weren't aware, coming into the grand finals, the team from the upper bracket has a 1-map advantage. I actually spoke to some of the players recently and asked them, hey, how would you feel about a BO5? Because now we have 4 maps. Technically, you can do a BO5 with a 1-map advantage. Because the 5th map doesn't get played anyway. So you just play all 4 maps. And you would find a way to make it like, so that like maybe the team coming in from the upper bracket gets more than 2 picks, or I don't know. You would try to find a way so that it wasn't just, because then you don't get a ban either. So it feels like you're forced to play your opponent's strongest map. I don't know. You have to figure out how it would work out. But they all said no anyway, so it doesn't matter. They didn't like the idea. 1 or 2 players were into it. They like the idea of playing, a longer series. Obviously, if you're coming in from the lower bracket, it's more appealing because you get more opportunities to play maps you feel strong on. But teams who are consistently coming in from the upper bracket have no desire to play that extra map.
that's kind of the tail of the tape here for Echo 8 as well. They want to be done and out of here in this map. So far, together, at least what happened in the first half, they're going to put up a fight. Both teams don't really want to go home empty-handed. It's a big prize pool to fight for, especially considering the previous Street Open. So we're seeing that here with Finesse. He's going to open up on a line of sight here. A couple of kills going over his way. And Echo 8 will fall apart. But it's really just business as usual, as they will have the economy to get those guns and use those guns effectively.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing there. They threw down the orb, but it looks like the orb took a bad bounce. So they orbed actually into window. Look at that. Finesse on the flank, finishing off the 4K on the round 2. So they had the orb go into window, but it looked like it bounced back and landed out a little bit too close to them. I don't know. It was weird. That or it went too far, because Finesse just ran right out thence and just punished them. So mid control. Gonna be the name of the game, but you can't miss any of those abilities. They have to be on point. One thing you're seeing from Together We Are Terrific here on the defense, a little more standard on the mid play. I really liked what we saw from Echo 8 on the mid play, especially because it adapts more with the current changes in the current version of the map. Finesse opting to fall back, as they've got Mummy up high. Mummy taken down to 5 HP. It was a dink shot that came through. They need to trade this one, and they do. Mummy goes down. Here comes the ult, though, from Finesse. Charging through with the run it back. First one's going to be his. The Lear is down. Makes it difficult for him to see much. Even with the pistol, able to find another one, and that's the spike falling as well. Now they're going to Lear out, but with just pistols, they can't even get the trade. FNS is on a whole different level here in this second half, now charging to the top frag position at 17 and 14.
So hopefully be around now for Echo 8 to try to make a dent into these heroes at play. Together We Are Terrific. They're hungry. They want to come out here with the win and beat Echo 8 once again in a Nerf Street Open Grand Final. But this time, Echo 8, they'll have the weaponry to play here on the attacker side. We'll see what they're able to do with it, what they're able to make of their current situation. It's going to be an uphill battle. Split not very forgiving. They're going to be poised and ready towards mid. Let's see how they deal with the opposition.
Got Calypso trying to use this smoke to kind of one-way almost and peer down mid. The Lear comes out from Brando, but no one's going to be spotted yet. The concern right now, if you're on the defensive side, Brando has that ult. The Reyna ult, very strong. If played right. We saw it misplayed a little bit by Brando there in that first half, dropping out of heaven, going invis, thinking that it would last long enough to get to the back halls. It didn't work out well. Right off the bat, we see a 1-2 trade. Ult's going to come in as well towards ropes. They're going to spam over there. There's a reason to believe, for them at least, that someone is present. You've got the ult coming in from the Reyna as well, so Brando's going to be leading in with this ult. Now, I'm curious, if you Reyna ult and stim pack, what happens with your fire rate? Does it hit a ceiling? Like, is there a max? Akis trying to put that theory to the test. Peeks out and gets a double. Aaron has to watch. There's one coming up the ropes. It's Finesse. Oh, he just doesn't even anticipate the play coming out. Finesse actually going to get the last two on the round as well, surviving with 7 HP. We are just one round away from a tie score.
9-8, Echo 8. They are starting to feel the heat coming out from Together We Are Terrific, and that heat is really only in the form of Finesse. The rest of his team are just embers to the flame. He's been doing a phenomenal job so far. And in that previous round, very interesting to see the orbital strike actually pushed him towards ropes, and on the other side, Finesse was going to be ready and waiting to get some damage done. Unfortunately, they didn't go that way, or they just kind of hung around the middle there. But they've got pistols this time. Echo 8 won't have the weaponry to really tangle, so I feel like we can really expect a 9-9 round here. But they make a dent. They're going to want to take some of these members down with them.
Akis has so many right around the corner. The wall is perfectly timed. will slow them down. The orb on the other side as well. The nade's going to land just off the mark from where Aegis is playing. Only takes 5 damage, loses 11 armor. So the initial play blown up by Aegis. You do have Raze, though. Aaron getting control of ropes as they work their way into the vents. Has a backstab opportunity onto the A site where you're going to be facing off against a very hot-handed, no pun intended, Phoenix in Finesse, who's now currently hiding back behind the map, the sign on the A site, waiting for the push to come through. They're going to start building up. He's going to hear that Lear come out. He's going to call for support. Mummy's going to start rotating over. Mummy's got the op. He's got enough time to get into position to cover the cross, but they're actually taking control of Heaven. So they're running at Aegis instead, who finds 2 kills as they try to work their way through. Brando gets 1, goes down in the trade. Aaron's going to swing wide, and Rek can't do much. He's pinched between both sides of the defense. We are tied up at 9 apiece.
If we take a quick look at the economy for the side of Together, regardless if Echo 8 are able to scrounge a couple of those rounds together, the economy is in great shape. Mame at 9,000 credits, obviously going down a little bit here to buy some weaponry for his team, but across the board, they are near the cap. And for Echo 8, they are on the opposite end of the spectrum. Aaron with 0 credits to his name after the buy this round. So, not really been boding well for them so far. They won the pistol, they won the SMG, and since then it's Together we are a terrific show. And if it continues at this rate for another round or 2, it may just be the game. So Echo 8 really need to fight hard, not only in this round, the rounds to come.
Yeah, we mentioned it. Looking at that score in the first half, it should have been so much better for them. Now Superman is going to catch out 1. That's big. That's Aegis going down. That's the mid defender. So they lose the heal, and they also lose their ability to control mid. You've got the Cypher over here on B, trying to sneak into B main. Will they anticipate this play from Brando? No. So this is the B site now lost potentially as they bring support over by way of the Brim. Calypso now dropping at the bottom of ropes. There's the rocket. Nice play from Aaron. Understanding the circumstances, understanding the situation. You've got Mummy here trying to hold Heaven, but there's no one there. Everyone's gone through B main.
Finesse. I mean, if Mame gets taken out here and it's all up to Finesse, he would be the one to win a 1v4. Fortunately for him, he does have a fellow comrade, Mame, on the operator. And I mean comrade because Sova is Russian, so it makes a whole lot of sense to use the word comrade. They'll start to move their way onto the site. There are a couple of members hidden behind the garage. Try to make it a little bit more close quarter combat. Brando and Superman finishing off that quite quickly. A round back on the board for Echo 8. It's been a long time coming, 4 rounds to be exact. And they are back in the lead, 10-9. Let's see how this next round pans out for them.
Now, you mentioned it. Max money was available on multiple players. So even though they have to buy full here, their money's still good enough to buy. Even if they lose this round, they'll be able to buy. So the money has built up pretty significantly for Together We Are Terrific. If somehow Echo 8 win this round and the next, that final round, potentially a 12-9 scoreline, then they'd be broke. That's if we even get to that point. There is a possibility, however, that this goes to overtime. I mean, we need to see Echo 8 win, like, at least 2 rounds in a row. If they can win 2 rounds in a row and get at least a little bit of money built up, they'll have something to fall back on when the inevitability comes in and the defense wins a round.
I like this positioning from Calypso. Aegis and Calypso have been playing so aggressively for this mid control. In fact, it should be the attackers fighting for this mid control. Now they're not going to expect this peek around the corner. That'll be Calypso, but it's a quick trade back over to the attacker side. Now the 4v4. The resurrection is available, but unfortunately Calypso's body contested in a very hot area by the attackers. And the attackers, speaking of which, will get a resurrection of their own. So now a 5v4. They'll have the opportunity now to have the man advantage and hopefully come out with a round here. That is their goal. But fortunately, Mame will be the one that says, I am the gatekeeper of that goal, taking out Brando. And with that, they don't want to deal with the operator on B. They'll go over to A, and little do they know on the other side. Finesse is going to find one. The spray is not good. As Superman will trade him out. A-Kiss, he will find 2. That'll be Rek that tries to answer things back now for 1v2. Mame and Canaxians, the spike needs to go down, so he's rushed on over there. The retake should be kind of business as
I
usual.
know
but we'll
exactly where.
see what ends up
Oh
happening.
no! He actually stopped the plant initially. That's a problem. He has to put the wall up, but it's going to be awkward. So he actually had the plant finished and then had to stop it and start it again. Not sure why, just thought he had it all the way, tried to pull off. We've seen things like that happen before. Rek now playing on the backside of the sign. Had the right call initially. Initially peeked to the left side of the sign. Had he held it, maybe he brings it down to a one-on-one. But at that point, he had no armor. So he was armorless in a 2v1. And both players
That
have full
hurts.
armor on the defense. That's, yeah, I mean, that's tough. It shouldn't come down to that situation. They ran really fast through ropes and had players on both sides. Great crossfire setup from the defense.
Now we are seeing weaponry, I believe, going to be available for the side of Echo 8. Unfortunately, if they lose this round right now, their economy will just be in horrible shape for the remaining 4 rounds, or sorry, for the remaining 3 following rounds. And that's good news for Together We Are Terrific. That means that they can advance to that last map, but it's going to be Echo 8's pick, which is Haven. Of course, we're not there quite yet, but might be bad news bears for them once we get there.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Finesse getting aggro on A with the Phoenix. Hits the tripwire, just going to try to keep going. I like it. Phoenix takes out the tripwire and just keeps on running and eventually just goes down. What if I understand the play. You know, you're trying to get intel over there, so you're pushing in aggressively, hoping that maybe something will happen. Now, Mummy sees that cyber cage come down and also saw the tripwire drop. So he called it out. Like, he should have been able to ping that and said, hey, they're coming this way. So there's the 2-smoke take. The ult as well. Back haul. That's going to force Mummy out of position. Has to shift spots here into the site. The Lear also, this is really well played. Echo 8's got him pinched in the back corner. This is huge. They've been able to get onto the site, plant the spike, and pick up an op.
Oh, Aaron! Ake is going to feel that one in the morning. Gets taken down with a headshot. Now down to the 3v5. Still, it's going to be Brando that takes out Finesse. I was going to say that FNS would be the one that would help his team out of this hole, but now down to the 2v5. Around the corner, Naxians will take out Brando. Still 4 members remain. The slow orb going to delay that push for a little longer. And the smart call here might be to save the weaponry. The economy not really in the best shape here for Together. So saving the weaponry will give them the opportunity to keep up with Echo 8 here, who want to put another round on the board.
I mean, that was huge. Just the way they played that in general. They played that so incredibly well getting into that site. You know, they play back. The Phoenix ult comes through. Then it's a false sense of what's going on. Phoenix goes, okay, there's no one here. It's probably going to be a mid or B play. So Finesse calls that out to the team, says, you know, I push my ult, there's no one there. And then they just really well-coordinated pushes. So they smoke off Heaven, and they smoke off Ramp. Then they ult back corner, which is exactly where Mummy was playing. Then the Lear comes out around the corner, so if that player had to move into sight, blinded. Plus the nade makes it hard to see. Everything just worked out so well. And eventually, by the time the ult's done from the brim, he tries to go back haul, and there's already 2 people there just shooting at him from the side. He's getting shot at from the front from the players in sight. There's nothing he can do. He's overwhelmed. They end up grabbing that op. Aaron picks off one from Heaven. It's the Sage, the support. Really well played. Part of it's coincidental, part of it's luck. Part of it's skill. It's the way the game works sometimes. But it gets them in 11th round they desperately needed. And they're able to come into this one with another buy. No AWP this time around, which isn't surprising. They haven't really purchased an op. They'll pick it up if it's on the ground, but it's not something they always go to. Superman has had it a few times, but it feels a little less natural when they have the op on the side of Echo 8.
Smoke's down here for Superman. Speaking of which, counter smoke from the enemy Brimstone, but you look behind the corner, Calypso, he's going to be the one that creates hell for the side of Echo 8. 2 quick kills onto the Cypher and the Brimstone. A lot of that utility now off the board. Down to 3 members here. Ultimate available for Brando. He can get quite active here as he will now start that Lear process. But Calypso will say not today. Take him out quite quickly. Wreck with a couple of return kills, but Canaxians will nip that in the bud. Aaron now all down to him. The Raze player dropping down low. But the op shot going to connect. Going to chip down the elbow just quite a little bit. With 14 seconds left on the clock. Doesn't have a lot of time left up against 3 players, but still trying to make his way through. Doesn't have the spike in hand either. Mame, take him down. And it is now 11-11. Down to the wire here. Both teams have the economy to play around with, but if Echo 8 lose this, they will not in that last and potential final round.
Yeah, even a win here, Together We Are Terrific, will have cash flow to fall back on. Calypso and Finesse at the top, 22 and 15, 21 and 17 for Finesse, who's just behind. Don't really have a all-star performer coming in on the opposite side. I mean, it's not a bad performance from Brando, but it's nothing crazy. And Brando here, unfortunately, has to work with the Bulldog. There's the Lear in mid early on, just in case anyone's peeking. No one is. Again, they go back to their standard static play. They've been playing 2 Heaven, 1 B site pretty much all game, surrendering control of ropes. Very similar to what we saw from Echo 8, with the exception of Cypher utility that was used to make sure they didn't take control of ropes too easily. There's the nade coming out. That might do some damage here to Akis. Oh. No, the nades don't do as much, despite the fact that they popped right next to him. Akis only takes 20 damage, but does lose some armor. There's the wall going down. And he wants to play up on top of this wall, but they're actually falling back. And they're going to be running right into Finesse, who's actually got an op. Not something we've seen Finesse use a whole lot. Right around the corner, there's the Cyber Cage. They're going to hear it. There's the hot hands coming down to try and delay the push. But the smokes come out, and now they're going to try and gain control. They actually use a deep smoke to push out a little bit further. They're going to have to contend against a double op here. This might be a little bit difficult. Oh, great Lear coming in. That's huge. Finesse has the rifle in sight to fall back on. Almost a missed opportunity there by Brando.
Yeah, now the 4v3, the retake. I mean, it's not quite a retake because the spike hasn't been planted yet, but they will make their way onto the site to try to delay it as much as possible. Brando will be a part of that process. Canaxians, come on, 2 quick kills. Delve down to him now, and Brando will take him down. Beautiful execution there. While we have talked about how great Calypso, how great Finesse has been playing, it has been Brando that have pulled his team out of a rut time and time again. 22 kills for him. And doing a great job at that. Match point here, potential overtime for both these teams. It is down to the wire.
That ult can be so punishing. Even though Aaron went with him and kind of tipped off that someone was spawned, it didn't matter because Aaron dies and they assume it's clear. Then Brando peeks out wide. Got a little bit scary there for a second. The fire rate makes it a little bit difficult to control the recoil, so if you miss that opening shot, it can be kind of scary. But the Lear was what opened up the site. It's not even just the kills. It's the use of the utility, the kit that comes in from Brando that's also making him the MVP right now for Echo 8. As much as that round not that long ago with the Brim ult back towards Elbow and the smokes in Heaven was huge, it was the Lear that really got them into the site because Mummy was repositioned and the Lear blinded him. That's exactly what happened there again. The Lear blinds Mummy, who goes for the wide sink. FNS swapped out from the op to a rifle in sight. Didn't work out so well. So now we come into the final round of regulation. And again, they've got a multitude of players here on the B site. You've got the Cypher, and the Cypher is set up on the other side of Pillar. They're trying to peek out, but there it is. They actually managed to get control. They've got the ult coming in as well from the Raze. That rocket going down. Reform finds one. It's down to 2. Finesse and Mummy now trying to bring things back around. All of a sudden, this late game push comes out, and it's massive coming in from Echo 8. It's a 5-on-2.
All up to FNS here and Mame. If there's anyone that's going to take this site back, it's going to be those 2 players. The slow orb going to stop that push forward. Mame off to the side with the operator trying to get some vision in.
Out of charges.
Now Finesse going to be slow walking his way through. Little does he know, to his left is going to be a player. Flash comes through, but from behind, it's going to be the quick kill. It's returned back down to the 1v2. It's up to Mame now. He's making his way onto the site. The diffuser is going to start to come through. It's the pump fake around the corner, trying to play ring around the Rosie. It's Mame, 33 HP, still trying to find that last player, and the spike's about to blow. Still not able to find that last person, and it's Reform winning it for his team. Echo 8 coming out victorious over their opponent who they have lost to before. Together We Are Terrific will fall, and Echo 8 feeling absolutely on top of the world with the victory.
And we mentioned in the first half, Reformed was a huge part of the rounds they were picking up early on. Big play coming out from Reformed, but then he gets lapped by Brando in that second half, playing on the Reyna. We talked about it early in the night. It was surprising to not see more teams favoring the Reyna. and expect to see that become a thing in the meta as the week goes on. Literally, as this week continues, from Sunday to next Saturday, expect to see Reyna come into play more frequently as teams start to adapt, start to find what makes Reyna so strong, and start to build that into their composition. But Brando played so good in that second half. So many times we saw Brando end up being key to the push. But I really want to rewind back to that round. It was looking dire for a while. It was looking like they were going to lose it. They had surrendered the lead. And then they have kind of a broke buy, a force buy, working into the A site. They used the 2 smokes, ramp in heaven, Brim ult, backside of elbow. Then the Lear comes out, and the nades as well, and Mummy's just stuck in no man's land. They already called to rotate because the Phoenix FNS had pushed through with the ulti, run it back. Didn't see anyone, so they thought it was clear. Tried to stack towards B, was the right play based on what he had gotten, that intel early on. But it's just such a good counterplay, a great read coming out from Echo 8. You got to give credit to Echo 8 here. Winning 2-0, coming in from the upper bracket. No more lower bracket runs from them. This time they're going to be walking away victorious and taking home their share of $5,000.
I still think, though, you have to give credit where credit is due. We are putting Echo 8 here on a pedestal, but I still think together we are terrific, played great throughout this tournament. We got to see them numerous times, different maps as well, adapting on the fly. And you have players like Finesse and Calypso and Akis playing to how the actual map is unfolding before their eyes. And that type of adaptation is going to put them back in the grand finals in the next tournament that they play as well.
Before we throw things to a close, guys, want to remind you again that Nerd Street Gamers recently put their line of apparel up for sale. We just found your new favorite hoodie as well. Nerd Street Gamers and Local Host Apparel is now available for sale. T-shirts, sweatshirts, long sleeve tees, and more are available for purchase with new designs and styles dropping soon. Grab some merch today at nerdstreetgamers.com. That's nerdstreetgamers.com. If you like what we do here and you want to support the style of tournaments, do it in one of our sweatshirts. Why not? And for what it's worth, that one with the white block and the thin NERDST letters, that's like kind of my favorite. It's got a good look to it. The pullover, I would like it in a zip-up, but I understand, not everyone's a zip-up fan. I'm a zip-up guy. Old school, hardcore, metalhead kid. All my hoodies are zip-ups. It's just kind of the way that I function. But that just about wraps things up for us. Is there anything you'd like to say before we go ahead and throw things to a close, Mr. Simo?
Just have to say it is an absolute joy to watch some of the NA talent kind of develop. You see teams like Mouse Spaz, they come through these open tournaments, they compete, they have great performances, and then overnight they are, well, not overnight, some of those players obviously come from varying backgrounds in the FPS space, but you have teams like Echo 8 that I can only imagine that one day or another they will be, similar to the TSMs and the T1s of the world on a team that can give them the support and the resources to perform at the highest level that they could possibly play. But so far, they're just going to keep coming to these opens, and they're just going to keep dominating, and I'm excited to see who else comes in to the next open.
Well, guys, thank you very much for watching. We hope you had a good time. We'll be doing more of these events throughout the month of June, so hopefully you guys will be jumping into those, and hopefully you'll be hearing more of our voices as Simo and I take the show on the road and join other third-party TOs as we continue to cast our way through the world of Valorant. We'll see you guys next time.